I greet the loving earth beneath our feet. I greet the stars in the sky, the moonlight in all her quiet patience. And I greet you, dear listener. You honor me with the gift of your company this night. Congratulations for making it through another day. Whether you come tired, restless, or curious, the night has made space for you. If what we create here together resonates with you, feel free to like and subscribe, or simply say hello in your native tongue and tell me where you've joined me from, so that I, myself, may look up in the night and know we all bathe in the same moonlight. And if you can, imagine that same moonlight stretched above many roofs, above many streets, above many small rooms like this one. And in each room, someone is letting the day go, just like you. And share in the comfort that we are all children of the cosmos, listening to stories of old as our ancestors did before us. And if the stories I tell come from your family, your town, your lineage, your people, I beg, forgive my tongue if I miss any words. And know that I speak them with careful respect for the cultures that kept them alive. And just between us, I know a certain guy who carries his house on his back, makes him move slow, you see. So if your thoughts feel slow tonight, do not worry. That is simply him setting the pace. One step, then another. Tonight, we are going to sit with a quiet trickster. Not a loud trickster, not a fast trickster. A trickster who prefers to arrive late and still get the best seat. The tortoise. And because Nigeria holds many languages, he holds many names. In Yoruba tellings, you may hear Ajapa, sometimes Ajapa. In Igbo tellings, you may hear Embe or Embeku. In Edo tellings, you may hear Egu. In Ibibio and Efik tellings, you may hear a name like Ejukpan. And in Hausa contexts, you may hear Ehreke. Many names, one familiar shape. And if you like, you can let the many names become soothing. Because variation is not a problem. Variation is how an old thing stays alive. So we will not argue which name is correct. We will treat the names like paths on a map. Different roads, the same destination. And the destination tonight is not a plot. It is a mood, the mood of a story told after the work is done. So hold a small picture, a courtyard at dusk, the last heat leaving the ground, voices lowering without instruction, and in the circle of people, a smaller circle. Children near the front, elders near the back, everyone listening with their whole body. In some Yoruba tellings, a storyteller begins with a call, Alo O, and the circle answers, Ahlo. It is a small way of making a room together, and it is also a small way of asking permission. Because trickster stories can be sharp if they want. They can point at greed. They can point at pride. They can point at leaders who eat first. But in the circle, the sharpness becomes safe. Because nobody is named. The greedy one becomes a tortoise. The powerful one becomes an elephant. And everyone can laugh and still understand. So now let us meet the tortoise in his simplest form. Small body, slow legs, and a shell. And if you have ever looked closely at a tortoise shell, you already know why he is a perfect trickster. The shell is a house, and it is also a mask. It hides the soft parts. It shows only the hard pattern. And when a story wants to teach without fighting, it often uses a hard pattern. It says, look, this is what greed looks like after time has passed. This is what pride looks like after the laughter cools. So tonight we will move in a few long braids. We will braid the best known story. The story of the cracked shell. We will braid the wisdom story. The calabash that could not stay whole. We will braid the rope story. The tug of war that required no strength. And we will braid a few smaller tales. Porridge, coconuts, a drum, and a lesson that arrives slowly like morning. And because this is law, not a courtroom, we will keep saying a useful phrase in some tellings. And now we begin with the shell. Hold the shell in your mind like a bowl. Not a bowl for eating, a bowl for listening. Look at the lines on it, not straight lines, lines that meet and turn and meet again. They look like a small map, roads, river branches, paths through a market. And in many Nigerian tellings, those lines are not only decoration, they are memory. So now let us walk into the best known memory. In some tellings, the land is in a season of hunger. Not a dramatic hunger, just a thinnings. Fewer yams in the pile, fewer fish in the net, the pot making smaller sounds, and the animals notice something. The birds still look well. Their feathers still hold shine. And the tortoise notices too. And when the tortoise notices, a plan begins. In some tellings, the birds speak of a feast in the sky, a banquet held above, not in a house, in a place of wind. And the tortoise does not have wings, but he has a mouth. And a mouth in trickster stories is often enough. So he goes from bird to bird asking for a feather, not a whole wing, just one feather each. And here the story gives us a gentle lesson before the lesson. Community is built from small loans. One feather, one hand, one bowl of water passed over. And because each loan is small, it feels safe. And because each loan is small, it can be taken for granted. So the birds give the feathers, and the tortoise makes wings. In some tellings, the wings are bright, multicolored, a borrowed rainbow. And before they go, the tortoise suggests another small thing. He suggests names. In some tellings, he says, let us take ceremonial names so the sky will respect us. And the birds agree, because the birds are thinking about food, not traps. And the tortoise chooses a name that means something like this: all of you. And now the story does not rush. It lets you feel the climb. Air under borrowed wings, wind pressing gently against feather edges, the ground becoming smaller without drama, and in some tellings the sky feast is held by a high presence. Some say Igwe, Egwe. Some say Olodumare, Oholodumare. We do not need to decide which name is used in your home. We only need the feeling that the feast is above ordinary reach. And now the food is announced. This feast is for all of you. And the tortoise steps forward. He does not shout. He does not run. He simply clears his throat like a small official. And he says, yes, that is my name. And in the story, this is how he eats. Slowly, patiently, as if he is doing nothing wrong. And the birds watch. And it is not only hunger they feel. They feel insult. They feel the heat of being used. And here the story teaches something else. Greed is not only about food. Greed is about forgetting the feather, forgetting the small loan that made the feast possible. So in the story, the birds do what a community does when a boundary is crossed. They take back what was lent. One feather, then another, then another. And the borrowed rainbow becomes plain again. The tortoise is left with air. And now there is a quiet problem. How does a tortoise come down from a place meant for birds? In some tellings, he asks a bird to carry a message to his wife. And in many Yoruba tellings, the wife is a snail, Yanribo. And the tortoise says, please, lay out soft things, cloth, cotton, pillows. And in some tellings, the messenger bird changes the message. It tells the wife to lay out hard things, mortars, stones, wood, and the tortoise trusting jumps. We do not need to make a spectacle of the fall. We only need the sound after, the shell meeting hardness. And in the story, the shell breaks. Pieces and more pieces. And now the snail wife does what snails do in these stories. She moves slowly. She does not shout. She does not gloat. She gathers the pieces and she patches them. And the patch lines stay. Not as punishment, as evidence. And that, in many tellings, is why the shell is checkered. And now, before we move on, we can sit quietly with the first moral. Sharing is not a decoration. Sharing is the wing. And if you forget the wing, you will still have to come down. And now we take a slow breath and widen the picture. Because the tortoise is not only a greedy character, he is also a cultural tool. In many communities, the tortoise is the figure you use when you want to talk about power without making enemies. He is small. He is not threatening. And yet, he keeps winning. And this is why elders can use him to teach children, and also to teach adults. Because adults also need stories that scold them without calling their names. And now we move to another famous braid, the braid of wisdom. In some tellings, the tortoise becomes tired of being only clever. He wants to be the owner of wisdom itself. So he begins to collect it, not in one grand act, in small pinches, the way you gather spices. He gathers a proverb here, a method there, a song line, a warning, and he puts it all into a calabash, a gourd bowl with a lid. And here we pause for the item lore, because a calabash is not only a container. In many West African homes, it is a humble technology. It holds water, it holds palm wine, it holds soup, and it also holds stories. Because stories, like water, travel best when they have a vessel. So the tortoise seals his wisdom into the calabash, and then he looks for a hiding place. In many tellings, he chooses an Iroko tree, Iroko, and here again a slow note. An Iroko is not just wood. It is a landmark, shade, height, time made visible. So the tortoise ties the calabash to his chest, and he begins to climb. And here, the story becomes funny in a quiet way, because wisdom is heavy, and pride is clumsy. The calabash bumps the trunk. He cannot get close. He slides. He tries again. And someone below, often a child in the telling, calls up, "Father, tie it to your back." And the tortoise freezes, because this is the trickster's private nightmare. To be corrected by someone smaller, someone younger, someone who did not hoard anything. And in that moment, the story teaches its deep lesson. Wisdom cannot be owned. Wisdom is not a pot. Wisdom is a weather. It moves. It settles. It rains on whoever is under the sky. So in the story, the tortoise becomes angry with himself, and he drops the calabash. It breaks, and wisdom scatters. And that is why in the telling, every person has a piece, and no single mouth can say, "I own it all." And now we can let that idea be calming. You do not have to know everything. You only have to hold your small piece well. And now we move to rope. Rope is one of those ordinary tools that does not demand attention. It does not shine. It does not sing. But it holds. And in many West African worlds, to hold is not a small thing. To hold a bundle, to hold a goat, to hold a boat to a post, to hold a load on a head so the neck can rest. So let us take rope as a little symbol, not a grand symbol, just a practical one. And we will take it as a bridge between two kinds of strength. In some tellings, the tortoise meets two giants. One giant belongs to land, the elephant. One giant belongs to water, the hippo. And in the story, each believes they are the strongest in the world. This is a familiar human problem dressed as animals. And the tortoise listens. And when the tortoise listens, a plan begins to form the way a web forms. Not quickly, quietly, thread by thread. In some tellings, he says to the elephant, "I will challenge you," a tug of war. And to the hippo, he says the same. And each giant laughs. Because what is a tortoise next to a mountain of muscle? But the trickster knows something. Strength is not always the thing pulling. Sometimes strength is the thing being pulled. So the tortoise finds a long rope. He does not need a magical rope, just a long one. And he gives one end to the elephant deep in the forest. He gives the other end to the hippo down by the river. And he tells each giant a small lie. He tells the elephant, "I am on the other end." He tells the hippo, "I am on the other end." And then in the calm center, he does something very tortoise-like. He sits and he waits. And when the signal comes, the elephant pulls. And the hippo pulls. And the tortoise does not have to pull at all. The giants pull each other. And the story enjoys the simple comedy of it. The elephant plants his feet. The forest shakes a little. The hippo sinks his weight into mud. The river looks heavier. And each thinks, this tortoise is stronger than he looks. And this is how the trickster wins. By letting pride do the labor. In some tellings, the giants pull until the sun moves across the sky. Morning, then afternoon. And by evening, both giants are tired. And the tortoise, who has been sitting in the shade, rises as if he has done work. And in the story, reputation is built like that. Not always honestly, but always carefully. And now we can take the lesson without heat. When two powerful forces are pulling against each other, sometimes the smallest thing in the middle looks like the cause. And that is a warning. And it is also a kind of comfort, because it means the world is not only muscle. The world is also arrangement, timing, and attention. And now, because rope has entered the room, we can braid in another smaller story that travels beside it. In some Igbo tellings, the tortoise tricks an elephant, not with tug of war, but with ceremony. He tells the elephant, "The king has called you. You are the guest of honor." And because the elephant likes to be honored, he agrees to come. And the tortoise says, "Let me ride you." Not because you are a beast, because you are a parade. And he ties a rope around the elephant's neck. For balance, he says. And when they arrive, the rope is handed to guards. And now the elephant is no longer a guest. He is a gift with a handle. And some people say this is why, in some places, a true gift is shown with a rope. Because the rope says this one is truly led. And again, we do not need to swear this is the origin of every custom. We only need to feel how the story thinks. It thinks in objects, and objects remember. And now we can set rope down gently and move to a different kind of boundary. The boundary of taboo. In some Yoruba tellings, the tortoise is not only greedy, he is also impatient. He is the kind of person who opens the pot before the steam has finished speaking. And this brings us to a story that is remembered in many different ways. Some call it the story of the Babalawo's medicine, Babalawo. Some call it the story of the stolen porridge. And in some tellings, it is the story of why the tortoise looks the way he looks. Because in many Nigerian traditions, a body can be a record. Not a record on paper, a record in shape, in pattern, in how a creature moves after a mistake. So hold a small picture, a path through bush, the ground cool underfoot, leaves still holding yesterday's dust. And walking down that path, a small couple, Ajapa and Ribbo. In some tellings they want a child, not for status, for lineage, for the simple wish to hear small feet in the house. And because this is a world where medicine and story live beside each other, they go to a healer. In some tellings, the healer is a Babalawo. And the Babalawo does not begin with drama. He begins with method. He asks a few questions. He listens. He looks at what the body is already saying. And then he prepares a concoction. In some tellings, it is mushrooms and fish, and a stew that smells so good it feels like a promise. And here we slow down for the item lore. Because in many West African kitchens, a pot is more than a pot. It is where patience is trained. You wait for the water to boil. You wait for the pepper to settle into the oil. You wait for the smell to change from raw to ready. And if you have ever stood over a pot at night, you know the feeling. Steam rising, the lid tapping softly, the spoon resting on the rim. The pot says, "Not yet." And the Babalawo in the story gives an instruction. This is for Ribbo. Do not taste it. Do not test it. Do not sample it with the tip of the tongue. Because some medicines are not only ingredients. They are agreements. And agreements cannot be chewed without consequence. And in the story, Ajapa agrees. Of course he agrees. The trickster always agrees in the doorway. And then he walks home with the pot. And the smell follows him. Not like a monster, like a song. And the tortoise begins to negotiate with himself. Just one taste, just to be sure it is not poisoned. Just to be sure the healer did not make a mistake. And then the story is gentle here, because it knows how the mind works. We can turn stealing into checking. We can turn greed into quality control. So in some tellings he tastes, and then he tastes again. And because the pot is good, his tongue becomes brave. And in the story, he eats the whole portion. And now the medicine is no longer medicine. It is theft. And here is where many tellings become strange and also practical. Because the punishment fits the crime like a shell fits a body. In some tellings, Ajapa becomes pregnant, not as a miracle, as a lesson. His belly swells, he waddles. He becomes the one who must carry what he stole. And whether you take this as literal magic or as a story-shaped exaggeration, the meaning is steady. If you take what was meant for someone else, you may end up carrying it in your own body. And in some tellings, Ajapa returns to the Babalawo in shame. And he sings, not a loud song, the kind of song that sounds like apology. And the healer listens. Because the healer is not only there to punish, the healer is there to restore balance. And we can let that be a calm idea too. Punishment is not always revenge. Sometimes it is the world recentering itself. And now, in another telling, the same lesson is carried by a different object. Hot porridge. In some versions, Ajapa visits a household where yam porridge is cooking, the kind that must cool before a mouth can rush in. But the tortoise does not like waiting, so he steals a portion. And because he is a trickster, he also wants to hide the theft. So he puts the porridge into his hat, and he places the hat on his head. And now the story becomes very quiet, because the tortoise cannot remove the hat without exposing himself. So he sits, and he smiles, and he pretends all is well, while the heat burns the hair away. And this, some tellings say, is why the tortoise is bald. And again, the moral is simple. Some thefts burn you quietly from the inside while you are trying to look normal. And now we widen the taboo idea one more time. Because in many traditions, taboo is not random. Taboo is a boundary that keeps a house livable. Do not touch this pot. Do not eat this portion. Do not speak this name in the wrong place. And the trickster's job, in part, is to show what happens when you treat a boundary like a joke. And now, after pots and taboos, it is soothing to move back to something even more ordinary. Fruit. Fruit is a small clock. You can tell what the year is doing by what is heavy in the hand. Some months smell like mango. Some smell like orange peel. Some smell like pawpaw split open with a thumb. And in many folk tales, fruit is also a test. Because fruit is sweetness that does not belong to you until you take it. The fruit does not chase you. It does not argue. It simply sits there and asks a question. Will you share? Will you wait? Will you take only your portion And because the tortoise is the kind of character who struggles with portion, fruit follows him around like a proverb. In some Yoruba tellings, there is a story of famine and a tree that tries to help. And in some versions, the tree is a coconut tree, the kind with a tall neck and a patient crown of leaves. And here we do another small item note. Because a coconut is a traveling food, it can float, it can cross water, it can wait a long time without spoiling. And inside it holds water in its own hard cup. So in a story world, a coconut is a natural kind of treasury. So picture the famine season again. The pots are quieter, the conversations are shorter, people do not waste salt. And in the story, the tree decides to give one coconut each day. One, not a pile, not a flood. One coconut each day so everyone can have a turn. And the animals or the villagers, depending on the telling, come with bowls. And they wait. They do not argue. They understand the rhythm. And Ajapa watches this system. And the system, to a trickster, looks like a door with an unlocked latch. In some tellings, he speaks to the tree. He praises it, he flatters it. He says you are generous, but you are also slow. And he asks for everything at once. All the coconuts. And the story lets the tree agree. Because sometimes a story needs the world to cooperate with foolishness, so the lesson can be complete. So the coconuts fall. Not one, many, heavy. And Ajapa is delighted until he remembers the second half of greed. You still have to carry what you stole. And now the story slows down into physical comedy. The tortoise tries to lift a coconut. It is too big for his mouth, too round for his arms. So he tries to roll them. One, then another. But coconuts are stubborn. They roll where the slope tells them. So in some tellings he finds a log. He tries to use the log like a carrying pole. And in the story, the log breaks his back, or the weight bends him, or his shell cracks again. And the message is not only do not be greedy. The message is also do not demand the whole future in one day. One coconut each day is a kind of mercy. It gives you time to chew, time to share, time to repair your strength. And Ajapa, as usual, refuses mercy because it looks too small. So his body becomes the reminder. Slow is not always weakness. Slow is sometimes the correct speed for being alive. And now we can let that settle. You do not have to eat the whole week tonight. You do not have to solve the whole month. One day can be enough. And now, because fruit has led us to markets, we can drift into a market story. In some Yoruba tellings, there is an Akara seller. Akara, bean cakes that fry into little suns. And in the story, Ajapa sees the seller's tray and thinks, I could make that tray lighter. And again the details shift between tellings. Sometimes he pretends to be a helpful customer. Sometimes he pretends to be an inspector. Sometimes he uses a trick of voice. But the core stays steady. He wants food he did not pay for. And the Akara seller in some tellings is not a fool. She understands a simple fact of markets. If you let one person cheat, you teach the whole street that cheating is possible. So she catches him, not with violence, with a public mirror. She lets the community see what he is doing. And the tortoise who likes to hide behind his shell discovers the trouble with public life. You cannot always carry your shame inside. And again, the story is teaching the shape of a society. Markets do not only trade food. Markets trade trust. And now, after fruit and markets, we can return to the trickster's most consistent hunger. Not hunger for food, hunger for advantage. And that brings us to a different kind of feast. Not a feast in the sky, a feast in the ground, the spirit village. In some tellings, the spirit village is not a place of horror. It is a place of rules. It is the same world seen from the other side of a leaf. And the way into it is usually small. A hole in the ground, a crack between roots, a place where a palm tree drops its seed and nobody notices. So picture a palm kernel, small, hard, shiny in moonlight. And here is another small item note. Because palm is a whole economy in miniature. Oil, wine, fronds for roofs, fiber for rope. So when a palm kernel falls in a story, it often means pay attention. In some tellings, Ajapa follows a palm kernel that has rolled into a hole. And he follows not because he is brave, because he is curious, because he thinks perhaps there is something to gain down there. And the hole opens into a village. Not a village with many houses, a village with many presences. And in the story, the spirit village does not welcome him with a fight. It welcomes him with an offer. In some tellings, the spirits give him a drum. A small drum, light enough to carry, and it comes with a simple rule. Beat the drum, and food will appear. Now, in a different kind of story, this would become loud. Magic food, endless plates, crowds cheering. But we can keep it plain. Because the real magic is not spectacle. The real magic is relief. In a famine season, a meal is not entertainment. It is a quiet return of dignity. So Ajapa carries the drum back to the surface. And in the story he feeds people. He feeds animals. He becomes briefly a hero. And here is the tortoise paradox. He can do good, and still his greed does not disappear. In some tellings, he wants the drum to be louder, not for music, for volume. So he asks a strong animal to beat it. Often it is the elephant again. And the elephant beats with elephant strength. And the small drum breaks. And now Ajapa returns to the spirit village to replace what he lost. And this is where the story turns into a lesson about enough. Because the spirits offer him another drum. And Ajapa, in some tellings, chooses the biggest one he can carry. And here is where some tellings become sharper. Because the biggest drum is not a food drum. It is a punishment drum. Ajapa beats it. And instead of food, the drum produces whips. Now, we do not need to linger on pain. We can treat it as a chase. In some tellings, the whips do not cut. They sting, they flick, they hurry him along like a swarm of angry words. And the tortoise runs, as much as a tortoise can run. And the story enjoys the absurd sight of a slow creature trying to outrun his own greed. And when he finally reaches home, he is left with a memory. Not every large thing gives more. Sometimes large only gives louder consequences. And now we can let the drum become a quiet metaphor. Some desires are small drums. They feed you. They steady you. Some desires are big drums. They do not feed. They only chase. And a calm mind learns to tell the difference. And now we can take a slow breath and do a small recap. We have watched a tortoise borrow wings and forget the feather. We have watched him hoard wisdom and lose it by clumsiness. We have watched him tie rope to pride and let giants pull themselves. We have watched him steal from taboo pots and carry the lesson in his own body. And in each braid, the same pattern appears. The tortoise wants the whole thing. And the world answers slowly with consequence. And now we can move to another Igbo braid. The braid of reciprocity. In Igbo tellings, Embe is sometimes described as the smallest one in the room. Not the fastest, not the strongest. And yet, he defeats bigger shapes again and again. And some Igbo storytellers have a saying that sounds like a rule of craft. There must be a tortoise in any complete folk tale. Not because every story is about him. Because every community needs a character who tests the rules. So here is one of the rule-testing stories. In some tellings, Ember has a friend, the Grasshopper, Ukpana, and the friendship is ordinary. They talk, they share gossip, they complain about hunger the way friends do. And then Imbe makes a request. In some tellings, he says, I want you to help me perform sorrow. Because in many communities, sorrow opens doors. People bring food. People bring comfort. People bring their hands to help carry a burden. And the trickster sees this. And instead of respecting it, he tries to harvest it. So in some tellings, he tells a lie. He says his father-in-law has died. And he asks Ukpana to act as witness, to cry, to shake, to make the grief look real enough that the village will respond. And the Grasshopper, in some tellings, agrees. Maybe because he is loyal. Maybe because he is naive. Maybe because he thinks, if food comes, my friend will share. And the village responds the way villagers respond. Bowls arrives. Yam arrives. Small kindnesses arrive, carried on trays and on heads. And Embeth thanks everyone with a heavy voice. And the Grasshopper shakes his head and makes the right noises. And now the food is in the house. And this is where the story becomes very calm. Because the betrayal is not in thunder. It is in quiet chewing. In some tellings, Embe tells the Grasshopper, wait outside. Do not let people see you, he says. They will think our grief is fake if they see you resting. And the Grasshopper waits. And Embe eats. And when the Grasshopper returns, the bowls are lighter. And Embe has excuses. He says, I was so sad I forgot. He says, I did not want the soup to spoil. He says, tomorrow. And the Grasshopper understands something. Some people do not steal once. They steal as a personality. So in some tellings, the Grasshopper goes back to the village and tells the truth. And the village, hearing the truth, must respond. Because if a community does not punish a public lie, it teaches everyone that lies are safe. And the story does not always agree on the punishment. Some tellings are harsh. Some say the village ends Embe's life. Some tellings are softer but still final. Some say the village drives him away, and he does not return. And in both kinds of telling, the moral is not only about punishment. It is about what the village is protecting. You cannot steal communal sympathy. You cannot harvest grief. Because grief is sacred labor. And the people who bring bowls to a mourning house are doing holy work, even if they do not call it holy. And now we can let that idea become quiet inside you. If you're tired, you do not have to perform. If you're carrying a heavy thing, you do not have to prove it with noise. You can be honest. And honesty in many folktales is the real kind of strength. And now, because we have spoken of punishment, we will soften the air again. We will return to the shell. The shell again. The quiet house. Hold it in your mind as if it is resting in your palm. The shell is not smooth. It has ridges. It has seams. It has those patient lines that make a patchwork of the back. And if you have ever seen an old wall that has been repaired many times, you know the feeling. The repair does not hide. The repair becomes part of the design. And this is why the tortoise works so well as a teacher. Because he is not pure. He is not clean. He is not a hero who never makes mistakes. He is a creature who keeps living after the mistake. And the shell keeps the evidence without shouting. And in many Nigerian story worlds, that is what a moral is meant to do. Not to humiliate you, to guide you. So now we will do something that old storytellers do without thinking. We will braid motifs. Motifs are not a list to memorize. They are small shapes that repeat. And because they repeat, the mind can rest on them. So we will take the motifs we have already touched, and we will touch them again in slightly different light. First motif, the feather. Hold the picture of one feather in the hand. Light, almost nothing. And now remember what the feather means. It means I will help you reach what you cannot reach alone. And now remember what the tortoise does with help. He takes it as if it was always his. And now the calm moral. Do not forget the feather when you're eating at the table. Feather again. This time, picture the feather not in the sky, but in a compound. Someone lends you a cup. Someone lends you a chair. Someone lends you their time. The object is different, but the feather logic is the same. The loan is small, so it is easy to treat it like air. And then one day the loan is taken back, and you realize you were standing on borrowed wings. Second motif, the name. Names are soft tools. They do not look like weapons. And yet, in many folk tales, the name is the trap. In the sky feast, the tortoise chooses all of you. He uses grammar like a net. And in real life, we do this too, more politely. We hide inside titles. We hide inside roles. We hide inside the word everybody. And the story says gently, watch the name. Because some names are doors, and some names are excuses. Name again. This time think of praise names. In Yoruba tellings, Ajapa can be called the cunning tortoise. And he can also be called a miser, Ahun. And notice what those labels do. They let the storyteller praise and scold at the same time. The name becomes a whole paragraph folded small. Third motif, the calabash. Picture it again. Round, plain, made from something that once grew on a vine. And notice the calabash lesson. Containers teach limits. If you pour too much, it spills. If you hoard too much, it breaks. And the wisdom story is not only about knowledge. It is about the ego that thinks it can hold the whole sky in one bowl. Calabash again. This time, imagine it as a record keeper. Not a paper record, a household record. The calabash holds palm wine for guests. It holds water for washing hands before food. It holds soup for sharing. And the story quietly suggests, wisdom is also this: how to welcome, how to share, how to keep the house in balance. Fourth motif, the rope. We have already watched rope bind elephant to Hippo. And we have watched rope turn elephant into a gift with a handle. Rope is a quiet kind of authority. It says, this movement is guided. And the tortoise loves rope because rope is external. He can create force without showing force. Rope again. This time, picture rope in a market. Bundles of firewood tied. Loads of plantain secured. Goods made portable by binding. And now the rope moral becomes personal. Be careful what you bind yourself to. Some ropes are not on the outside. They are habits. They are cravings. They are the need to win. Fifth motif, the pot. The taboo pot. The porridge pot. Pots teach patience the way elders teach patience. They teach by refusing to hurry. And the tortoise is always in a hurry to be satisfied. So the pot becomes his mirror. If you cannot wait for the pot to cool, you will burn yourself while trying to look calm. Sixth motif, the drum. The small drum that feeds. The big drum that chases. And the drum lesson is simple. Not everything louder is better. Some blessings are quiet. Some consequences are loud. Seventh motif, the market. The Akara seller. The tray. the market morale is also steady. Trust is a communal pot. If you steal from it, everyone eats less. And now a final motif, because we are back at the shell. The repair line. The patched place. In the shell story, Yanribo gathers pieces and mends. And that is the quiet grace hidden in many trickster tales. Even when someone is foolish, life still offers repair. And repair is slow. Repair is not magic. Repair is one patient hand after another. And now we can leave motifs behind and return to a longer braid of history. History in these traditions is not always written in books first. Often it is carried in mouths and passed like a bowl. So when we say the tortoise is everywhere in Nigeria, we do not mean a single statue in a single town. We mean something softer. We mean that many people in many languages reached for the same creature when they needed a certain kind of teaching. And Nigeria is itself a braid. Many languages, many rhythms, many ways of greeting the same moon. So of course the tortoise has many names. Ajapa in Yoruba tellings, Embe in Igbo tellings, Egu in Edo tellings, Iroko in the north, where the hare and fox often carry the trickster work more loudly. And even when the name changes, the role stays steady. The role is this: show us what happens when a clever person forgets the community. And show us also what happens when a small person must survive among giants. Because the second lesson is not only for children, it is for anyone who has ever felt outmatched by the world. And it is worth noticing that these stories are not obsessed with purity. They do not ask the tortoise to be a saint. They ask him to be a mirror. And sometimes the mirror is flattering. Look how the small one outsmarts the strong. And sometimes the mirror is painful. Look how greed makes you ridiculous. And because a story can say a painful thing without accusing a living person, it becomes a safe place for critique. Some modern writers have even used Ajapa as a political mirror. They say the tortoise has an old habit: to cheat and corner the Commonwealth. And if you have lived long enough, you know that habit does not belong to tortoises alone. But in the story circle, we can laugh at it. We can name it without naming anyone. And that is one reason the trickster is allowed into the house. And now let us speak of performance. Because these tales are not only words on a page, they are events. In many places, the stories come after the day, after the market has quieted, after the cooking has settled, You can imagine the fire or you can imagine a lamp. Either way, the light is low. And a storyteller uses more than one voice. The storyteller is narrator, and tortoise, and bird, and elephant. And in Yoruba styles, there may be a call and response. Ahlo o, ahalo. And there may be songs that return like refrains. Not because the story is trying to be a musical. Because repetition is how memory is stitched into the body. And if you think about it, the tortoise itself is a kind of repetition. The same shell pattern day after day. So the form fits the character. And now let us speak of variation. Because some people worry about the correct version. But in oral tradition, the correct version is often the one that works in that room. One village tells the birds feast with one messenger bird. Another chooses a different bird. One household says the shell was patched by a snail. Another says an ant helped. The parts shift, but the moral shape stays. And the shifting itself is a lesson. It teaches that a community can keep a value while changing the costume of the value. And now, because we are also living in a world of print, it is worth noting gently that these stories have been gathered into books. Not as replacements for the fire circle, as snapshots. Early 20th century collectors wrote down Igbo tales where Mbe appears again and again. Other collectors wrote down Efik and Ibibio tellings where the tortoise is called the wisest of beasts and men. Later, anthologies gathered Yoruba Ajapa stories into long sequences of greed and consequence. And still later, children's books carried the bird's feast and the wisdom Calabash to readers far from the original languages. And today, the tortoise walks on screens, animated cartoons, school readers, theater for children. And if you listen carefully, you can still hear the old structure underneath. Call, response, refrain, and consequence. And now we widen the map beyond Nigeria. Because stories travel the way seeds travel. Some travel by choice. Some travel by force. And in the history of the Atlantic, many West African stories were carried across water under terrible conditions. We do not linger on that history here. We only name the fact. People were moved. Families were broken. And still the stories survived. And in some tellings, this is part of why the tortoise matters. Because the tortoise does not carry much. He carries his house. And a house in a story can become anything. In the Americas, some versions of the tortoise become brother terrapin. Still small, still underestimated, and sometimes the tortoise stories braid with hare stories and rabbit stories until the boundaries blur. The shape shifts, the function remains. The weak survives by wit. And in the Caribbean, where Anansi is often the loudest trickster name, the tortoise sometimes appears as a quiet cousin, sometimes as a rival, sometimes as a companion. And the blending itself is a diaspora truth. When people are forced to live together, stories begin to share bones. And now we can let the traveling of stories become comforting. It means a culture can be portable. It can be folded. It can be carried in the mouth. And now we will go even deeper to a myth that speaks about life and death. In some West African tailings beyond the coastal forests, the tortoise appears in a very old choice. In these accounts, the creator is named Dundari or Gweno. Names shift with languages. The shape of the question stays. In the beginning of this telling, the creator makes three kinds of beings: stones, humans, and the tortoise. And at first, the world is arranged differently. In this myth, old age does not end in death. When a person grows old, they become young again. When a tortoise grows old, the same. The world turns like a wheel that keeps returning to its first position. And the stones, of course, do what stones do. They simply remain. Now, in a myth like this, you can already feel the question arriving. If nobody dies, where do children come from? And in some tellings, the tortoise is the one who asks first. He goes to the creator and says, "I want children." And here, the myth is very calm. Because the creator does not punish the desire. The creator explains the cost. To make room for new life, old life must pass away. To have children is to accept an ending. And in the story, the tortoise accepts. He says something like, "Let me see my children and then let me die." And this is why the trickster is never only funny. Because sometimes the trickster stands at the edge of a deep human truth. In this myth, the tortoise chooses legacy over endless return. And when humans see the tortoise with children, they also want what he wants. And so the wheel becomes a road. Beginning, middle, and end. And now, whether you take this as a literal account or as a story-shaped philosophy, the meaning is gentle and large. Life is a trade. Every beginning has a cost. And what we call mortality is not only fear. It is also the reason families exist. And now, because this is a slow documentary voice, we can let the myth sit beside a quieter image. Picture a tortoise walking with a smaller tortoise behind him. 2 shells, 2 patterns, and you can let that be enough. And now, after such a deep myth, it is soothing to return to the everyday world again, to the places where these tales are told, to the village evenings, to the moments when a child asks, "Why is the shell cracked?" And this is where sometimes a literary voice enters. Because in some modern Nigerian writing, an old tortoise story is used as commentary. In one famous novel, a mother tells the bird's feast tale to a daughter. And later, another character uses the image of the clever tortoise to speak about outsiders. About the way a small patient strategy can rearrange a whole community. We do not need to press that analogy too hard. We only need to notice that the tortoise is durable enough to carry history on his back. And now let us widen our lens one more time to include a few smaller braids we have not yet touched. One braid is about marriage and tests. In some Yoruba tellings, there is a king with daughters. 3 daughters in some versions. And because folktales love structure, the king sets a challenge for suitors. The exact challenge shifts between tellings. Sometimes it is a riddle. Sometimes it is a task of endurance. Sometimes it is a test with hot water, because hot water is an honest thing. And in these tellings, Ajapa hears the announcement and thinks, "Why not me?" And the humor of it is gentle. Because a tortoise is not the picture most people hold when they imagine romance. But the trickster is not applying for beauty. He is applying for advantage. So he goes to the palace. And in some tellings, the other suitors are large animals, faster animals, animals with clean faces and strong legs. And the king, seeing the tortoise, may laugh. Not cruelly, just with surprise. And here is where the story teaches one of its favorite lessons. Do not laugh too early. In the hot water version, the king says, "Take this pot, carry it, endure it." And the other suitors rush in. They grip too hard. They yelp. They drop the pot and betray their impatience. And Ajapa does what he always does. He does not rush. In some tellings he uses a trick. He wraps his hands. He pads his grip. He finds the part of the pot that is cooler. And in other tellings, the trick is even simpler. He waits. He lets the pot cool a little before he touches it. And this is the thing the strong forget. They assume speed is the only victory. So in the story, the tortoise passes the test. And the king who was laughing earlier must now respect the method. And because stories are rarely that simple, the tortoise still does not become a perfect husband. Some tellings let him win the princess and then misuse the win. Some let him nearly win and then stumble on pride. But either way, the braid offers a calm takeaway. Cleverness is useful, but character is what you do after you pass the test. And now another braid from farther east, where the tortoise is sometimes praised first as wisdom. In some Efik tellings, there is a tortoise with a pretty daughter. And in these tellings, the tortoise is described as the wisest of beasts and men. Now, wisdom here does not mean he is kind. Wisdom means he sees how danger moves through a village. In some accounts, the daughter is so beautiful that trouble follows her. Not because beauty is a curse, but because the world can become greedy around what it desires. So the tortoise hides his daughter. And here again the shell logic appears. The tortoise believes protection is concealment. And in some tellings, suitors arrive with gifts. Cloth, wine, money. And the tortoise receives the gifts with a calm face. And he says thank you. And he does not reveal the daughter. In some tellings, the lesson is about guardianship, about a parent trying to control the future by hiding it. In other tellings, the lesson is about greed again. The tortoise likes the gifts more than he likes the responsibility. And in still other tellings, the daughter herself becomes the wisdom. She finds her own way out. She chooses her own life. And the story, whichever version you hear, is still doing the same thing. It is using the tortoise as a safe mask for a human argument. How much control should a parent have? What is protection? When does protection become possession? And now, after Daughters and Kings, it is soothing to return to the simplest kind of story engine. Food. In many Nigerian trickster tales, food is not only hunger. Food is the test of character. Because when food is scarce, the truth in a person becomes louder. So here is a smaller famine braid often told with a dog. In Yoruba tellings, the dog is often called Aja. And in the story, Aja has found food. Maybe he has a stash. Maybe he has a friend who feeds him. Maybe he simply worked hard and earned a bowl. And Ajapa sees this. And he does not think, I am glad my neighbor is not starving. He thinks, how can I turn my neighbor's bowl into my bowl? And the details shift between tellings. Sometimes the tortoise brags. He says he knows a secret. He says he knows where a bigger feast is hidden. Sometimes he pretends to be helpful. He says, let me keep your food safe. You can trust me, he says, with the calm confidence of a liar. And sometimes he uses the oldest trick in the world. He creates a distraction. And while the dog looks away, the tortoise eats. And the dog, in many versions, is not stupid. He is just loyal. He assumes neighbors mean well. And the story uses the dog to say something plain. Do not confuse politeness with safety. And yet the story does not end by telling you to be suspicious of everyone. It ends by showing that a community will remember who eats alone. Because in many Nigerian moral worlds, the worst punishment is not pain. The worst punishment is being left out of the circle. And now we can turn from the dog to the elephant. Because elephant stories are often the place where the tortoise shows the sharp edge of wit. In some Yoruba tellings, the elephant is called Erin. And Erin is often proud. He believes that size should be the same thing as leadership. So in some stories, Erin declares that he should be king. And the tortoise, hearing this, thinks, let us test that idea. And here again, the details shift. Sometimes the tortoise creates a contest. Sometimes he creates a problem the elephant cannot solve without help. And the tortoise offers that help with a smile. Because the trickster loves to be needed. And in many tellings, the elephant learns an old lesson. Strength without humility becomes clumsy. It breaks what it touches. It cannot feel the small rules that keep a village working. And the tortoise, for all his wickedness, can feel those rules. He can feel where a system has gaps, and he can slip through. And now, because we have said system again, we can return briefly to a quieter origin explanation. In some Igbo accounts, the tortoise is slow not only because he is a tortoise. He is slow because he is afraid. In one telling, the tortoise has a conflict with a beetle over meat. The beetle survives, and rumor spreads that a bounty has been placed on the tortoise's head. So the tortoise moves carefully. He hides in swamps. He prefers river edges where tracks are hard to read. And the story uses this to explain a life posture. Some people move slowly not because they are lazy. They move slowly because they have learned that the world can punish a careless step. And now we can let that become quiet inside your body. You do not have to rush to be safe. You can be careful, and careful in the long run often arrives first. And now, because we have touched many braids, we can do a calmer thing. We can look at the tortoise stories the way you might look at a town from a hill. Not to count every house, just to understand the shape. Because one of the great truths in the research on these tales is simple. There are many stories, so many that a child can grow up on them the way a child grows up on rain. And in some Igbo scholarship, people even say that tortoise tales make up most of the repertoire. Not because other animals do not exist, because the tortoise is useful. So let us make a slow, story-shaped map. We begin again in Yoruba tellings. Ajapa is often introduced with a praise name that means the clever one. And yet the cleverness is rarely clean. It is cleverness mixed with hunger, cleverness mixed with jealousy, cleverness mixed with the stubborn belief that the world owes him a little extra. One Yoruba cluster of stories places him near sellers and markets. The Akara seller story is one example where the community becomes the mirror that catches his hand. And the lesson is not only do not steal. It is do not imagine the public will stay asleep while you take. Another cluster places him near kitchens and pots. The taboo medicine story. The porridge in the hat story. Stories where the pot is a teacher and the tortoise is a poor student. And these kitchen stories are not small. They are about trust inside a household. They are about the way a boundary can be crossed in silence. Another cluster places Ajapa near trees and famine. the coconut tree that gives one fruit per day, teaching a whole village what enough looks like. And the tortoise, impatient for enough, breaks his back on his own demand. Another cluster places him near kings and palaces. Tests, princesses, public honor. In those palace stories, the tortoise shows the bright side of wit. How to survive a challenge designed for bigger bodies. And sometimes the story then shows the shadow side. How winning a test can inflate the ego instead of cooling it. And across all these Yoruba clusters, there is one repeating taste. Poetic justice. The punishment fits the mistake, and the body remembers. And now, with that philosophy resting, we can speak in permissions for a while. Permission 1. You are allowed to be slow without being wrong. The tortoise is slow in every telling, and the world does not end because he is slow. In fact, the slowness becomes part of the craft. It gives time for a plan to form. It gives time for a hot pot to cool. It gives time for a lie to reveal itself by its own weight. And if your own mind is moving slowly tonight, you do not have to push it like a stubborn cart. You can let it roll at its own pace and trust that pace to be a kind of intelligence. Permission 2. You are allowed to have boundaries. The shell is not only armor, the shell is consent made visible. It says, this is where I end. This is where you stop. And in a world of noise, that can be a holy thing. The trickster abuses boundaries, yes, but the shell itself is a teacher. It shows that even a small creature can protect its soft parts. You can protect your soft parts too. You can say no. You can withdraw. You can make your room smaller for a while and let the outside world remain outside. Permission 3. You are allowed to be corrected. The wisdom Calabash story is not only a joke about pride, it is a gentle defense of learning. Even the one who thinks he owns all wisdom is helped by a simple suggestion from below. And that does not make him less. It makes him real. So if someone has corrected you recently, you can let the correction be a gift, not a wound. And if you have corrected someone else, you can remember to do it softly like a child, calling up to a stubborn climber without contempt. Permission 4. You are allowed to share without losing yourself. The birds lend feathers, and the story warns us about being used. But it does not say never lend. It says, remember the feather, remember what you gave, remember the boundary that keeps giving from becoming depletion. Because communities survive on small loans. They survive on bowls passed around. They survive on hands that help lift a load and then return to their own tasks. Sharing is the wing, but sharing without awareness is how a wing becomes a wound. So the permission is this: share with memory, share with limits, share with calm. Permission 5. You are allowed to accept enough. The drum story is a warning about louder miracles. The coconut story is a warning about compressing time. The pot story is a warning about rushing heat. Again and again, the tortoise refuses enough because enough feels small to his ego. And again, the world replies with weight, with chasing, with burning, with bent backs and patched seams. You do not have to learn the lesson that way. You can accept enough without punishment. You can let one day be one day. You can let one bowl be one bowl. You can let the future arrive in its own rhythm. Permission 6. You are allowed to learn from stories without turning your life into a trial. The tortoise is punished in many tellings, yes, but the listener is not. The listener is invited to watch, to laugh, to feel the lesson land, and then to return to ordinary life with a little more skill. So you do not have to replay your mistakes all night. You do not have to prosecute yourself in your mind. You can take what is useful. You can leave what is heavy. You can let the rest drift away like smoke. Now we drift east again to Igbo tellings. In many Igbo versions, Embe is still greedy, still clever, still proud. But the stories often press harder on social reciprocity. They insist that the community must answer deception or the community will weaken. The Bird's Feast story appears here too with the name Trick and the Fall. And some Igbo storytellers place a special emphasis on the naming. Because language in these tales is not decoration. Language is power. And the Grasshopper story we told is another Igbo cluster. It is a story where the community protects mourning from being turned into a scam. And there are other Igbo stories where the tortoise breaks taboo around burial rites and pays a heavy price. Again, we do not need to linger on severity. We only need to see the pattern. The rules of community are treated as sacred enough to defend. And now we drift south and sideways. Edo tellings, Efik and Ibibio tellings. Here, the tortoise may arrive with a different first adjective. Wise. The story of the pretty daughter is one example where the tortoise becomes a figure of guardianship, secrecy, and the danger of treating a person like a hidden treasure. And notice how, across regions, the same body can carry different teaching goals. One region leans into greed and public shame. Another leans into reciprocity and communal justice. Another leans into wisdom and protection. And yet the tortoise remains the same kind of tool. He is a safe mask for a complicated society. And now, as we look at this map, we can name one more quiet truth. Trickster stories are not there to make you love the trickster. They are there to make you love the rules that keep you alive. And if you want, you can let that thought settle like dust after sweeping. because sweeping is another quiet teacher. You push the dust into a corner. You gather it slowly. You do not fight the dust. You guide it. And the tortoise stories, in a way, do the same thing. They gather the messy human habits into one small animal body. Greed gathered. Pride gathered. Impatience gathered. And then the story sweeps those habits into consequence. So the listener can see them clearly without being attacked. And now, since we are already holding a broom in the mind, we can do a slowness series. Not as a lecture, as a set of small ordinary scenes. Scene 1. A pot of beans. Beans do not hurry because you are hungry. They soften when they soften. Scene 2. Clothes on a line. Sun and wind do their work without your supervision. Scene 3. Oil heating in a pan. If you rush it, the food burns outside and stays raw inside. Scene 4. Someone braiding hair. Each strand is small. The beauty is made from patience. Scene 5. A fisherman mending a net. One knot. Then another. Scene 6. A calabash being rinsed. Water turning cloudy, then clears. Scene 7. Someone counting change in a market. Not because they love money, because accuracy keeps peace. Scene 8. The child learning a proverb. The first time it is only sound. The 10th time it becomes meaning. Scene 9. A road after rain. Mud teaches your feet where to place weight. Scene 10. A tortoise crossing the road. Not because he has no fear, because he has chosen to keep moving anyway. And now we can let those scenes do their quiet work. The message is not that you must become a tortoise. The message is that slowness can be a form of intelligence. The tortoise is not fast, but he is consistent. He is not loud, but he is durable. And this perhaps is why people keep choosing him as a character. Because many communities know a truth that modern life sometimes forgets. The world is not improved by panic. The world is improved by method. And now, since we are speaking of method, we can return to one last long braid. The braid of endings. Endings in oral tradition are not slammed doors. They are soft returns. The story circles back to its first image the way a river circles back to the sea. So we can return to the moonlight, and we can return to the shell. And if you like, we can also return to a familiar path one more time. Because repetition is not a mistake in these traditions. Repetition is a kindness. In some households, a teller will tell the same tale twice. First as the story, and then again as the meaning. So let us do a slower second pass through the oldest braid. The bird's feast. Picture the world in that thin season again, when the land is not dramatic, just reduced. The yam mound is smaller. The fish basket is lighter. The soup pot simmers with more water than meat. And in that season, people watch each other more closely. Not to be cruel, because scarcity makes everyone sensitive to fairness. In the telling, the birds are still well. Their chests still look full. Their feathers still keep color. And the tortoise, who is always watching, notices the difference the way a shopkeeper notices an extra coin. He does not ask loudly at first. He asks in the careful voice of someone trying to sound humble while planning to win. "Where do you eat?" he asks. "What do you know that we do not know?" And in some versions, the birds try to refuse. Not because they hate him, because they know him. They have seen him at other tables. They have seen him take the biggest piece and call it an accident. But the tortoise pleads up. He promises manners. He promises sharing. He promises gratitude. And because this is a folk tale, the birds finally agree. They tell him the secret. There is a feast above. Now, what is above in a story? Sometimes it is the literal sky. Sometimes it is the court of a high being. Sometimes it is simply the place where hunger does not reach. And the tortoise, of course, cannot fly. But he has already learned one of the oldest technologies of community. Small contributions. So he goes from bird to bird and asks for one feather. One feather each is an easy yes. It is not alone that feels dangerous. And the story is careful to show you this. Because the most painful betrayals often begin with small trust. The birds pull one feather loose. A soft tug. No blood. Just a gift. and the tortoise gathers the feathers the way he gathers anything he likes. Neatly, quietly, as if he is already planning where each will go. And now picture him making the wings, not with mystery, with craft. He needs bindings, fiber, twine, maybe the thin rope you find around bundles in a market. And the feathers become a borrowed garment, bright in some versions, plain in others. Either way, the wings are not his. They are a community stitched together. Before the ascent, the tortoise suggests ceremonial names. And notice again how the trickster moves. He moves through politeness. He moves through ceremony. He says the sky likes respect. And the birds who already belong to the sky in some sense shrug and agree. And the tortoise chooses a name that means all of you. And we can pause on this because it is not only greed. It is a study in language. To take everything he does not grab. He relabels. Now the climb. The story can show the climb as a long breath. Wind under borrowed feathers. The sound of wings around him like cloth in motion. And below the earth growing small, not as fear, but as distance. And above, the table. In some versions, a sky court. In some, simply a great spread of food that makes scarcity feel like a bad dream. And the feast is announced. This feast is for all of you. And the tortoise steps forward. He does not raise his voice. He does not fight. He only claims. Yes, he says. That is my name. And now the food becomes his by a trick of grammar. And the birds sit with empty plates. And the story is not afraid to let you feel the insult. Because hunger in these tales is often less painful than disrespect. And now the birds take their feathers back. One feather at a time. And the wings, which were never his, return to their owners. And the tortoise is stranded. And here the tale becomes a story about descent. In some versions, he begs a messenger bird to carry a message to his wife. And he says, lay out soft things. Cloth, cotton, the gentle materials of a household. And in some versions, the messenger changes the message. and that change is the bird's final act of justice. So the tortoise jumps, and we do not need to make the fall a horror. We only need the end of it. The shell breaks, and now the most tender part of the tale arrives. Someone gathers the pieces, often the snail wife, slow, steady, and she patches the shell, and the patch lines remain like stitches that do not pretend they were never needed. And now the moral said softly, if you want to keep your wings, remember who lent them. And if you break, remember that repair is also part of the story of being human. And now we can walk to the Iroko tree again. Because the Wisdom Calabash story is another tale that likes to be heard twice. First as comedy, then as philosophy. So picture the tortoise again in his stubborn ambition. In this story, he does not want a meal. He wants superiority. He wants to be the one person nobody can correct. So he begins to gather wisdom as if wisdom were a grain. And the story allows you to enjoy the absurdity. How do you scoop wisdom? How do you measure it? How do you seal it with a lid? And yet, we also do this in our own ways. We collect advice. We collect credentials. We collect facts the way people collect coins, and then we begin to feel safe behind them. So in the story, the tortoise travels. He listens at the edge of conversations. He steals a proverb. He steals a method. He steals a quiet way of speaking that makes people assume you know what you are doing. And little by little, the calabash grows heavy. And when it is full, he does not think, now I can serve the world. He thinks, now I can hide it. And that is the whole moral in seed form. Wisdom hoarded is not wisdom. It is fear wearing a clever hat. So he chooses the Iroko, the tall tree, the kind of tree that looks like it has been standing since the first day. And he ties the calabash to his chest. And now the story becomes physical. His arms want to hug the trunk, but the pot pushes him away. He cannot grip. He cannot climb. And he tries again because stubbornness is part of his costume. And he tries again because pride does not like to admit it has made a stupid plan. And then the child speaks. "Father," the child says, "tie it to your back." And the story lets you feel the tortoise's humiliation as a quiet heat. Not because the child is mocking him, because the universe is mocking him. All that wisdom, and he missed the obvious. And this is why trickster stories are good for the ego. They show that intelligence is not a trophy. It is a practice. So in the story, the tortoise drops the calabash. And it breaks. And the wisdom spills. And the wind carries a little. And the rain carries a little. And the river carries a little. And that is why in the telling, wisdom is now found in small pieces. You find a piece in an elder. You find a piece in a child. You find a piece in a neighbor you used to underestimate. And now we can let that be restful. You do not have to be the calabash. You can be one small cup. And now we can move again from the tree down to the ground. And on the ground we find rope again. Because the tug of war story is a kind of diagram. It shows how power can be redirected without being confronted head on. Picture the elephant in the forest, proud and heavy. Picture the hippo in the water, proud and heavy in a different way. Each believes strength is proof of rightness. And the tortoise, standing between them, understands a secret that many adults learn late. Two powerful forces rarely need help destroying each other. They only need a connection. So he lays the rope like a line of communication. He whispers to one end and to the other. And then he steps back and lets pride do the pulling. And the joke of it is gentle. The tortoise appears strong because the giants are fighting their own reflections. And if you have ever seen two stubborn people argue, you know the feeling. The argument does not need a third person to intensify it. It only needs a small misunderstanding held tightly. And now we step away from rope and return to the ground door again. The spirit village. Because the drum story is also a diagram. It is a diagram of appetite. In the first half, the drum feeds. In the second half, the bigger drum punishes. and notice the key move. The tortoise cannot accept a blessing without turning it into a competition. He cannot let enough be enough. So the story gives him what he asked for. More. And the more becomes a chase. And that is one of the oldest morals in human life. Greed is not a hunger that can be satisfied. It is a hunger that grows when you feed it. And now we return to the kitchen again. Because the porridge story and the medicine story are also diagrams. They are diagrams of secrecy. The tortoise wants to take and also wants to look innocent while taking. So he hides food in a hat. And the heat does its quiet work. Or he eats what was meant for his wife. And his body carries the consequence like a public announcement he cannot avoid. And this is why these tales are called why tales in some scholarship. They answer a child's question with a moral that stays in the body. Why is the shell cracked? Why is the back bent? Why is the head bald? And now we return to the tree again. The coconut tree. Because that story is a diagram of time. One coconut each day is a slow mercy. And the tortoise wants to compress time. He wants a week's portion in one afternoon. And the world answers him with wait. You can ask for the whole future, the story says. But your body still has to carry it. And now if you notice, we have done a calm thing. We have turned the tortoise tales into a set of simple diagrams. Language, community, appetite, and time. And now we can do the last gentle braid. We let the story become background. No more tests. No more winners. Only a slow drift of images, the way a mind drifts when it is no longer gripping. Hold a small picture. A tortoise shell resting on a woven mat. The mat smells faintly of sun and dust and of the palm leaves that became fiber. The shell up close is not one color. It is brown and gold and quiet black, like earth remembering different seasons. And if you follow one seam with your eye, you can imagine the old story inside it. The borrowed wings, the fall, and then the patient hand that gathered pieces and made something whole enough to keep living. Hold a small picture. A single feather on red earth. It is light enough that a breath can move it. And the lesson of the feather is not loud. It says that help is often small, and that small help should be remembered with gratitude, not eaten and forgotten. Hold a small picture. A calabash bowl with clear water. Someone washes their hands over it before eating. The water carries away dust and leaves the fingers ready to share a bowl without shame. And you can let that be a quiet symbol. Wisdom is not only what you know. Wisdom is also how you approach a table. Hold a small picture. A rope tied around a bundle of firewood. Without the rope, the bundle would scatter. And with the rope, the bundle becomes one thing you can carry. And the rope does not boast about its strength. It simply holds. Hold a small picture. The shadow of an Iroko tree. The shade is cooler than the air around it, and people stand under it without talking much. And you can imagine the tortoise climbing in the old story, failing, and then hearing a child's simple advice. And you can let that be a comfort. Even the clever need correction. And correction does not have to be cruel. Hold a small picture. An Akara pan at the edge of a market. Oil murmuring. Bean batter turning into small rounds, golden and ordinary. And the market around it is not only buying and selling. It is people learning how to be fair with each other in public, so nobody has to fight in private. Hold a small picture. A river edge after rain. Mud holding footprints for a moment, then softening and erasing them. And somewhere in that river story, the hippo waits with his heavy patience, and the elephant waits with his heavy pride, and the tortoise sits between them, letting them pull at each other. Hold a small picture. A drum resting on the ground. The skin is tight, but the sound it makes does not have to be loud. One tap can be enough. And the story of the drum is finally a story of enough. Small food. Small relief. And the danger of wanting a larger miracle than the day requires. Hold a small picture. A snail moving across a stone. The line it leaves behind is thin, but it proves something. Progress can be quiet, and repair can be slow and still be real. Hold a small picture. A coconut falling from a tall tree. Not a storm of coconuts. One. And the gift of one per day is not stinginess. It is mercy dressed as rhythm. Hold a small picture. A hat set down beside a pot. The lid on the pot tapping softly as it cools. And you do not need to imagine theft now. You only need to imagine patience. Waiting for heat to become safe. Waiting for the right moment to arrive on its own. Hold a small picture. Children sitting in a courtyard. The storyteller says, Ahlo, oh. And the children answer, Ahlo. And you can let that call and response become a gentle loop in your mind. Call. Response. Call. Response. And now we keep drifting. Hold a longer picture and let it take its time. The tortoise, for once, is not doing anything clever. He is simply sitting. His shell is his roof and also his boundary. It is the private rule that says, I can retreat when I need to. I can become quiet without explanation. I can stop performing. And if you have ever wished for a boundary like that, you can understand why so many stories put the tortoise at the center. He is the animal version of the sentence, I am allowed to have a limit. And notice how a shell changes sound. A shell makes the world quieter. Outside there may be voices and wind and far traffic and the little talk of insects. But inside the shell everything becomes muffled. It becomes interior. It becomes breath. And you can borrow that effect for yourself without needing an actual shell. You can let your attention come inward as if the world outside your room is only a distant rumor. Hold another longer picture. A calabash on a low table. In daylight, it is only a household object. At night, it becomes a small moon, round, dull, patient. It holds palm wine at gatherings. It holds water for washing hands. It holds soup when bowls are shared. And in the wisdom story, it holds knowledge until pride makes it fall. The calabash teaches a calm fact. Even good things need a container, and the container has limits. You can hold many thoughts, but not all thoughts. You can care for many people, but not by carrying everyone at once. Hold another longer picture. Rope again, but seen closely. Rope is many small fibers twisted until they become one stronger line. The rope is not strong because it is one perfect strand. It is strong because it is many imperfect strands, agreeing to pull together. And this is why rope appears in so many tales as a quiet symbol of community. When the tortoise lays rope between elephant and hippo, he is not inventing strength. He is redirecting strength that already exists. And sometimes that is what cleverness is, not creating power, but arranging it. Hold another longer picture. The river edge, mud, reeds, the slow water that looks like it is doing nothing, and yet it is always moving. In some tellings, the tortoise learns to love these edges because they hide tracks, they erase evidence, they forgive. And in that way, the river becomes another kind of moral teacher. It says you do not have to be dramatic to be powerful. You can be patient, you can be consistent, you can wear down what is too hard without raising your voice. Hold another longer picture. The courtyard at dusk, the call and response. The teller says, Ahlo, oh, and the circle answers, Ahlo. And in that tiny exchange, there is a whole philosophy of belonging. The teller does not seize the room. The teller asks the room to join, and the room, by answering, becomes responsible for the story. And that is why trickster tales work. They are not delivered to you like a lecture. They are carried with you like a bowl that is passed around. And if the tortoise is greedy, the whole circle feels it. And when the tortoise is punished, the whole circle learns without being accused. And we keep drifting because the mind likes to circle familiar objects. Picture Yanribo again, the snail wife in the Yoruba household. She is never hurried in these tales. She is not the one who runs to the sky. She is not the one who argues with giants. She is the one who stays near the ground, near the threshold, near the place where things break and must be made usable again. When the shell shatters in the story, she does not ask for speeches. She gathers, she patches, she turns disaster into a surface you can live inside. And if you let that part of the myth touch your life, it becomes a quiet encouragement. You do not have to be the hero of every scene. Sometimes the most powerful role is the repairer, the one who makes the broken day workable again. Picture the feather loan again, but more slowly. One feather does not feel like a sacrifice. One feather feels like politeness, and that is why the trick works. The tortoise does not demand the whole wing. He asks for a small thing, and the small thing is easy to give. This is also why the story is so widely told. It is not only about greed at a table. It is about the way exploitation can begin with a request that looks harmless. And the moral is not, be hard-hearted. The moral is, be awake. Lend when you want to lend, but remember what you lent. Remember that every small loan creates a bond, and bonds have to be honored if a community is going to remain a community. Picture the calabash again and listen to what it teaches without words. A calabash is made from a plant that once held water inside itself. It is a natural container shaped by growth, then shaped again by human hands. It belongs to that class of objects that feel humble but carry civilization. Without containers, water cannot travel, soup cannot be shared, palm wine cannot be welcomed into a gathering. And in the wisdom story, the calabash becomes the wrong kind of container because the tortoise wants to seal up what should circulate. So the calabash breaks and the wisdom spreads. And the story says quietly that this is not a tragedy. This is the correct outcome. Knowledge is supposed to move. It is supposed to be distributed. It is supposed to be found in a child, in an elder, in a stranger, in the small sentence you hear and keep for the rest of your life. Picture rope again, but this time as a lesson in misdirection rather than strength. The elephant believes the rope is a contest, the hippo believes the rope is a contest, and the tortoise believes the rope is a mirror. He knows that pride can be pulled the way a cart is pulled. He knows that the strongest creatures can be made tired by their own certainty. And if you translate this into human life, the story becomes an instruction. Do not let yourself be used as the rope between two giants. Do not let their conflict pass through your body. You can step aside. You can unhook yourself. You can refuse to be the line that keeps a struggle alive. Picture the pot again. The way its lid talks softly when heat is rising. The pot is the household's metronome. It sets the pace of dinner. It forces everyone to wait, and in the tortoise tales, waiting is always the skill the trickster lacks. He steals the medicine meant for his wife. He hides hot porridge in a hat because he wants food and also wants innocence. The stories make the punishment fit the method. Heat burns quietly, and shame burns quietly. And if you take the lesson in a gentle way, it becomes simple practice. Let things cool before you touch them. Let emotions cool before you speak. Let a day cool before you judge it. The pot is slow for a reason. Picture the coconut tree again, giving one fruit per day. That rhythm is a kind of mercy. It keeps the village alive long enough to reach the next season. It teaches that survival is not always abundance. Sometimes survival is pacing. The tortoise, of course, tries to convert pacing into hoarding. He wants the whole future in his own pile right now, and the story answers him with weight. It reminds us that the body has limits, and time has limits, and that demanding everything at once is often a way of breaking your own back. So if you need a calm moral for your own life, you can borrow the coconut tree's rhythm. One day, one portion, one breath, then the next. Picture the Akara seller again and notice that this is not only a food story, it is a governance story. Markets are where fairness is trained in public. The seller does not only cook, she enforces a shared agreement. Pay, receive. Do not cheat. Do not take what will make someone else go without. And when the tortoise tries to break that agreement, the community becomes the witness that restores the rule. So the story becomes a gentle reminder. Systems survive because ordinary people defend small rules. The world is not held together only by kings. It is held together by sellers, neighbors, and the quiet insistence that a shared pot remains shared. Picture the spirit village again and let it be a story about enough. The tortoise receives a drum that feeds people. He could stop there, he could be remembered as generous. But the trickster cannot stop tinkering with his own blessing. He turns a gift into a contest. He breaks the small drum by asking for a stronger hand. Then he chooses the largest drum, and the largest drum becomes a chase. And if you translate that into the soft language of the mind, it becomes a warning about escalation. The first thing that helps you can become the thing that drives you. A calm life learns to recognize the point where help becomes compulsion. Picture the ocean now, not as a dramatic sea, but as a long distance that names can cross. In the history of the Atlantic world, people were forced to move and stories moved with them. The tortoise becomes terrapin in some places. The tortoise braids with rabbit in others. The spider Anansi, louder in some islands, shares a stage with turtle cousins. And the details change because the environment changes. But the role persists because the need persists. Small people still need strategies. Communities still need satire. Children still need safe masks for hard lessons. And that is why a tortoise can be Nigerian and also Caribbean and also American without losing his trickster bones. And finally, if you want one last deep root to hold, you can remember the mortality myth. The tortoise asks for children and accepts death as the price. Whether you take that literally or not, it gives a calm perspective. Endings make beginnings meaningful. Limits make love urgent in a gentle way. So tonight, if the day felt too big, you can let your world become smaller. You can let your concerns be bounded. You can let the shell close softly. And if you do nothing else, you can simply breathe and allow the night to keep moving, one slow step at a time, like a tortoise crossing the earth without panic. And if you want more time, we can circle the pictures again. Circle 1. Picture Yanribo again, the snail wife in the Yoruba household. She is never hurried in these tales. She is not the one who runs to the sky. She is not the one who argues with giants. She is the one who stays near the ground, near the threshold, near the place where things break and must be made usable again. When the shell shatters in the story, she does not ask for speeches. She gathers, she patches, she turns disaster into a surface you can live inside. And if you let that part of the myth touch your life, it becomes a quiet encouragement. You do not have to be the hero of every scene. Sometimes the most powerful role is the repairer, the one who makes the broken day workable again. Picture the feather loan again, but more slowly. One feather does not feel like a sacrifice. One feather feels like politeness, and that is why the trick works. The tortoise does not demand the whole wing. He asks for a small thing, and the small thing is easy to give. This is also why the story is so widely told. It is not only about greed at a table. It is about the way exploitation can begin with a request that looks harmless. And the moral is not, be hard-hearted. The moral is, be awake. Lend when you want to lend, but remember what you lent. Remember that every small loan creates a bond, and bonds have to be honored if a community is going to remain a community. Picture the calabash again and listen to what it teaches without words. A calabash is made from a plant that once held water inside itself. It is a natural container, shaped by growth, then shaped again by human hands. It belongs to that class of objects that feel humble but carry civilization. Without containers, water cannot travel. Soup cannot be shared. Palm wine cannot be welcomed into a gathering. And in the wisdom story, the calabash becomes the wrong kind of container because the tortoise wants to seal up what should circulate. So the calabash breaks and the wisdom spreads. And the story says quietly that this is not tragedy. This is the correct outcome. Knowledge is supposed to move. It is supposed to be distributed. It is supposed to be found in a child, in an elder, in a stranger, in the small sentence you hear and keep for the rest of your life. Picture rope again, but this time as a lesson in misdirection rather than strength. The elephant believes the rope is a contest, the hippo believes the rope is a contest, and the tortoise believes the rope is a mirror. He knows that pride can be pulled the way a cart is pulled. He knows that the strongest creatures can be made tired by their own certainty. And if you translate this into human life, the story becomes an instruction. Do not let yourself be used as the rope between two giants. Do not let their conflict pass through your body. You can step aside. You can unhook yourself. You can refuse to be the line that keeps a struggle alive. Picture the pot again, the way its lid talks softly when heat is rising. The pot is the household's metronome. It sets the pace of dinner. It forces everyone to wait, and in the tortoise tales, waiting is always the skill the trickster lacks. He steals the medicine meant for his wife. He hides hot porridge in a hat because he wants food and also wants innocence. The stories make the punishment fit the method. Heat burns quietly, and shame burns quietly. And if you take the lesson in a gentle way, it becomes simple practice. Let things cool before you touch them. Let emotions cool before you speak. Let a day cool before you judge it. The pot is slow for a reason. Picture the coconut tree again, giving one fruit per day. That rhythm is a kind of mercy. It keeps the village alive long enough to reach the next season. It teaches that survival is not always abundance. Sometimes survival is pacing. The tortoise, of course, tries to convert pacing into hoarding. He wants the whole future in his own pile, right now. And the story answers him with weight. It reminds us that the body has limits and time has limits. And that demanding everything at once is often a way of breaking your own back. So if you need a calm moral for your own life, you can borrow the coconut tree's rhythm. One day, one portion, one breath, then the next. Picture the Akara seller again and notice that this is not only a food story, it is a governance story. Markets are where fairness is trained in public. The seller does not only cook, she enforces a shared agreement. Pay, receive, do not cheat. Do not take what will make someone else go without. And when the tortoise tries to break that agreement, the community becomes the witness that restores the rule. So the story becomes a gentle reminder. Systems survive because ordinary people defend small rules. The world is not held together only by kings. It is held together by sellers, neighbors, and the quiet insistence that a shared pot remains shared. Picture the spirit village again and let it be a story about enough. The tortoise receives a drum that feeds people. He could stop there. He could be remembered as generous. But the trickster cannot stop tinkering with his own blessing. He turns a gift into a contest. He breaks the small drum by asking for a stronger hand. Then he chooses the largest drum, and the largest drum becomes a chase. And if you translate that into the soft language of the mind, it becomes a warning about escalation. The first thing that helps you can become the thing that drives you. A calm life learns to recognize the point where help becomes compulsion. Picture the ocean now, not as a dramatic sea, but as a long distance that names can cross. In the history of the Atlantic world, people were forced to move and stories moved with them. The tortoise becomes terrapin in some places. The tortoise braids with rabbit in others. The spider Anansi, louder in some islands, shares a stage with turtle cousins. And the details change because the environment changes. But the role persists because the need persists. Small people still need strategies. Communities still need satire. Children still need safe masks for hard lessons. And that is why a tortoise can be Nigerian and also Caribbean and also American without losing his trickster bones. And finally, if you want one last deep root to hold, you can remember the mortality myth. The tortoise asks for children and accepts death as the price. Whether you take that literally or not, it gives a calm perspective. Endings make beginnings meaningful. Limits make love urgent in a gentle way. So tonight, if the day felt too big, you can let your world become smaller. You can let your concerns be bounded. You can let the shell close softly. And if you do nothing else, you can simply breathe and allow the night to keep moving. One slow step at a time, like a tortoise crossing the earth without panic. Circle 2. Picture Yanrebo again, the snail wife in the Yoruba household. She is never hurried in these tales. She is not the one who runs to the sky. She is not the one who argues with giants. She is the one who stays near the ground, near the threshold, near the place where things break and must be made usable again. When the shell shatters in the story, she does not ask for speeches. She gathers, she patches, she turns disaster into a surface you can live inside. And if you let that part of the myth touch your life, it becomes a quiet encouragement. You do not have to be the hero of every scene. Sometimes the most powerful role is the repairer, the one who makes the broken day workable again. Picture the feather loan again, but more slowly. One feather does not feel like a sacrifice. One feather feels like politeness, and that is why the trick works. The tortoise does not demand a whole wing. He asks for a small ding, and a small ding is easy to give. This is also why the story is so widely told. It is not only about greed at a table, it is about the way exploitation can begin with a request that looks harmless. And the moral is not, be hard-hearted. The moral is, be awake. Lend when you want to lend, but remember what you lent. Remember that every small loan creates a bond, and bonds have to be honored if a community is going to remain a community. Picture the calabash again and listen to what it teaches without words. A calabash is made from a plant that once held water inside itself. It is a natural container shaped by growth, then shaped again by human hands. It belongs to that class of objects that feel humble but carry civilization. Without containers, water cannot travel, soup cannot be shared, palm wine cannot be welcomed into a gathering. And in the wisdom story, the calabash becomes the wrong kind of container because the tortoise wants to seal up what should circulate. So the calabash breaks and the wisdom spreads. And the story says, quietly, that this is not tragedy. This is the correct outcome. Knowledge is supposed to move. It is supposed to be distributed. It is supposed to be found in a child, in an elder, in a stranger, in the small sentence you hear and keep for the rest of your life. Picture rope again, but this time as a lesson in misdirection rather than strength. The elephant believes the rope is a contest, the hippo believes the rope is a contest, and the tortoise believes the rope is a mirror. He knows that pride can be pulled the way a cart is pulled. He knows that the strongest creatures can be made tired by their own certainty. And if you translate this into human life, the story becomes an instruction. Do not let yourself be used as the rope between two giants. Do not let their conflict pass through your body. You can step aside. You can unhook yourself. You can refuse to be the line that keeps the struggle alive. Picture the pot again, the way its lid talks softly when heat is rising. The pot is the household's metronome. It sets the pace of dinner. It forces everyone to wait. And in the tortoise tales, waiting is always the skill the trickster lacks. He steals the medicine meant for his wife. He hides hot porridge in a hat because he wants food and also wants innocence. The stories make the punishment fit the method. Heat burns quietly and shame burns quietly. And if you take the lesson in a gentle way, it becomes simple practice. Let things cool before you touch them. Let emotions cool before you speak. Let a day cool before you judge it. The pot is slow for a reason. Picture the coconut tree again, giving one fruit per day. That rhythm is a kind of mercy. It keeps the village alive long enough to reach the next season. It teaches that survival is not always abundance. Sometimes survival is pacing. The tortoise, of course, tries to convert pacing into hoarding. He wants the whole future in his own pile, right now. And the story answers him with weight. It reminds us that the body has limits and time has limits, and that demanding everything at once is often a way of breaking your own back. So if you need a calm moral for your own life, you can borrow the coconut tree's rhythm. One day, one portion, one breath, then the next. Picture the Akara seller again and notice that this is not only a food story, it is a governance story. Markets are where fairness is trained in public. The seller does not only cook, she enforces a shared agreement. Pay, receive, do not cheat, do not take what will make someone else go without. And when the tortoise tries to break that agreement, the community becomes the witness that restores the rule. So the story becomes a gentle reminder. Systems survive because ordinary people defend small rules. The world is not held together only by kings. It is held together by sellers, neighbors, and the quiet insistence that a shared pot remains shared. Picture the spirit village again and let it be a story about enough. The tortoise receives a drum that feeds people. He could stop there. He could be remembered as generous. But the trickster cannot stop tinkering with his own blessing. He turns a gift into a contest. He breaks the small drum by asking for a stronger hand. Then he chooses the largest drum, and the largest drum becomes a chase. And if you translate that into the soft language of the mind, it becomes a warning about escalation. The first thing that helps you can become the thing that drives you. A calm life learns to recognize the point where help becomes compulsion. Picture the ocean now, not as a dramatic sea, but as a long distance that names can cross. In the history of the Atlantic world, people were forced to move, and stories moved with them. The tortoise becomes terrapin in some places. The tortoise braids with rabbit in others. The spider Anansi, louder in some islands, shares a stage with turtle cousins. And the details change because the environment changes. But the role persists because the need persists. Small people still need strategies, communities still need satire. Children still need safe masks for hard lessons. And that is why a tortoise can be Nigerian and also Caribbean and also American without losing his trickster bones. And finally, if you want one last deep root to hold, you can remember the mortality myth. The tortoise asks for children and accepts death as the prize. Whether you take that literally or not, it gives a calm perspective. Endings make beginnings meaningful. Limits make love urgent in a gentle way. So tonight, if the day felt too big, you can let your world become smaller. You can let your concerns be bounded. You can let the shell close softly. And if you do nothing else, you can simply breathe and allow the night to keep moving, one slow step at a time, like a tortoise crossing the earth without panic. And if you would like more time, we can open the shell again, just a little. Not to chase anything, only to make a few more gentle rooms for the mind to rest inside. Because this is one of the quiet miracles of tortoise lore. There is always another telling, another region, another small twist in the braid. And sometimes the extra lore is not even a new plot. Sometimes it is only a name. In Yoruba circles, the tortoise can be called Ajapa, yes. But you may also hear a praise name, a kind of title that sounds like a drum beat. Ajapa Tiroko. Ajapa Tiroko. And when a name is repeated like that, it does not only identify. It teaches you how to hold a character. It says, this is not only a tortoise. This is a type. The one who arrives with charm. The one who eats with confidence. The one who makes a plan while everyone else is still laughing. And in some tailings, he also carries other names that taste like nicknames. Awun, Abawun, Alabawun. And you do not need to become a scholar of every syllable to feel the point. The point is that communities talk about character the way they talk about weather. They build a vocabulary for patterns. And the tortoise becomes one of those patterns, so useful that he can be called again and again without growing old. And now let us borrow one more braid from Igbo tellings, one that is remembered for its calm audacity. In this braid, the tortoise is on a quiet path where the dust is fine and the moonlight is thin. And on the same path is a leopard, not as a horror, only as the kind of presence that reminds small creatures that the world has teeth. And in some tellings, the leopard says, "Small one, you have come far enough." And the tortoise, being a trickster, does not argue with the sky. She does not shout. She does not beg with heat. She asks for something polite. She says, "Give me a moment. Let me prepare my mind." And the leopard, curious, agrees. And then the tortoise does something that looks at first like confusion. She scuffs the ground. She drags her shell lightly through dust. She makes her footprints cross and recross. She throws a small spray of sand as if a struggle has taken place. And then she becomes still again. And she says, "Now I am ready." And the leopard asks, "Why did you do all that?" And the tortoise answers with the kind of wisdom that only a trickster can carry. She says, "Because tomorrow someone will walk this path and see your tracks and mine. And they will imagine that I fought you. They will imagine that I stood my ground. They will imagine that even a small body can leave a large story behind. And that imagination will give them courage. And the leopard will not only be feared, the leopard will also be questioned. And in some tellings, the leopard hears this and pauses, because it is difficult to defeat someone who is already making meaning out of the moment. And whether the leopard lets the tortoise go, or whether the story simply ends there, the real action has already happened. The tortoise has taken control of the memory. And now we can let this braid become a soft instruction. Your life is full of paths that other people will interpret. Full of moments where someone else may assume what happened. And the tortoise story does not tell you to perform. It tells you to choose your own dignity. to leave a trace that you can live with. To remember that even if you cannot control the leopard, you can sometimes control the story that remains in the dust. And now, let us drift across the ocean again, but this time to listen to a cousin. In some American tellings, especially in the old southern animal tales, the tortoise becomes Brother Terrapin. And you can feel the same bones under the new skin. The same patient mind. The same taste for a clever turn. And in one gentle braid, Brother Terrapin grows tired of complaining. He looks at the birds and thinks it must be easy to be light. And the birds, in the way folk tales do, decide to teach him without arguing. They offer him a ride. First a low ride close to the treetops. Then a higher ride where the world becomes quieter. And Brother Terrapin at first enjoys the view. He watches rivers become thin lines. He watches roofs become tiny squares. He watches fields become cloth patterns. And then, as the ride grows higher, he begins to remember something. He remembers that he is a ground creature. He remembers that his wisdom is not in heights. His wisdom is in edges, in thresholds, in the places where you can tuck yourself under a leaf and remain. So in the story, he asks to come down. And here the braid gives us a quiet object, the kind of object that makes a myth feel domestic. A spool of thread, not a heroic rope. Only thread, thin and ordinary, the kind you might use to mend a seam. And the story lets Brother Terrapin use that thread the way the tortoise uses every tool. With patience. With small adjustments. With the belief that a long distance can be crossed by a series of gentle lengths. And little by little he returns to the ground. And when he is back among roots and shadows, he is grateful. Not because the sky is bad, because the sky is not his home. And if you let that braid rest in your own chest, it becomes a soft permission. You do not have to envy the creatures built for altitude. You're allowed to belong to the ground. You're allowed to have your own pace and your own kind of wisdom. And now, if you want, we can circle the pictures again. Circle 3. Picture Jan Ribot again, the snail wife, and let the image widen. See her in the quiet hours when no one is watching. See the way her trail glints faintly in moonlight like a thin silver thread on dark earth. See how the trail is not fast, but it is faithful. And now let the tortoise shell become a house again, patched and patterned, a roof you can carry. and let Yanribo's patience become a kind of wealth. Because speed spends energy, patience saves it. And in many households, it is the saver, not the spender, who keeps the fire alive through a long season. Picture the feather loan again and notice the soft politics of it. Feathers are not only for flight, feathers are also status. A feather can be a decoration, a feather can be a title, and when the birds lend one feather each, they are not only lending matter, they are lending belonging. They are saying, you may enter our ceremony. And that is why the trick hurts. It is not only food that is stolen, it is trust. And so the story becomes a gentle guide for real life. When someone lends you access, handle it with care. Do not eat with both hands. Do not take the whole bowl. Do not forget that what was given can also be taken back. Picture the calabash again and make the picture more tactile. The calabash is smooth where it has been held. It is slightly rough where it has not been touched in a long time. It smells faintly of smoke from the kitchen. It remembers water because it used to be a fruit that held water inside its skin. And now, as a bowl, it becomes one of those quiet inventions that turns many lives into a community. And in the wisdom braid, the calabash becomes a caution. Do not confuse holding with owning. Do not confuse gathering with keeping. Wisdom is not a private stock. Wisdom is a shared reign. Picture a rope again and let it become two ropes. One rope in the forest stretched between elephant pride and hippo pride. Another rope around the elephant's neck in the ceremony story, turning a guest into a gift. Now feel how rope is a language. It says connect, it says bind, it says lead. And if you need a calm instruction for your own life, you can take it from rope. Be careful what you bind yourself to. Be careful what you let pull through you. And if you must be connected, choose connections that do not burn your hands. Picture the pot again and picture the steam as a teacher. Steam is what happens when heat meets water and asks for space. It rises because it must rise, and the lid rattles softly because pressure is looking for a way out. And the tortoise tails again and again ask the same question. Can you wait while the steam speaks? Can you let the pot finish what it is doing? Can you let your own thoughts cool before you act? And if the day has been too hot, you can let the image do its work. You can let the pot settle. You can let the lid become quiet. You can let yourself become quiet too. Picture the palace again, but without the noise of a crowd. Just a courtyard at night, stones holding a little warmth from the day, a pot of water set near the center, a test that is really a lesson. The strong ones hurry. The proud ones grip too soon, and the tortoise, small and calm, waits until the heat becomes manageable. And the story says, without scolding, that waiting is a craft. It is not laziness, it is wisdom that has learned timing. Picture the pretty daughter Braid again, but hold it gently. Picture a curtain hanging in a doorway, cloth moving slightly as air passes. Picture a room behind the curtain, quiet and private. And picture the tortoise not as a villain, but as a guardian who does not know the difference between protection and possession. And in that confusion, the story offers a soft lesson for parents and lovers and friends. You can keep someone safe without hiding them. You can love someone without locking them away. A boundary is healthy when it is chosen from within. Picture the beetle braid again, not as a fight, but as a rumor moving through town. A bowl of stew, a beetle knocked into it by accident or anger, the beetle crawling out alive, shaking off sauce like rain. And then the rumor, traveling mouth to mouth, saying there is a bounty. And the tortoise, hearing it, becoming cautious. And here the law becomes a quiet psychology. Some slowness is not a trait. Some slowness is a memory, and you can forgive your own careful pace if you have been taught by experience to watch your steps. Picture the leopard path again and make it softer. Dust like powder, footprints like handwriting, the scuffed ground like a sentence written with a shell. And the point is not the leopard, the point is the courage the tortoise plants for strangers. The point is the way dignity can be made, even when you are small. And if you need a calm practice, you can take it from this picture. Leave yourself a kind story in the dust. Give your future self something gentle to read. Picture the clouds again, but do not make them dramatic. Just a high grey softness, like cotton stretched thin. Picture a bird's back as a steady platform. Picture Brother Terrapin holding a spool of thread and letting it down. Length by length, returning to earth without panic. And let the thread become a symbol of what the tortoise always knows. You do not need one huge solution. You can come down gently. You can descend in small portions. You can reach the ground by doing the next small thing and then the next. And if you want, we can circle once more with the same images and with a slightly different emphasis. Circle 4. Picture Yanrabo again and let the picture be about repair. Imagine the shell as a mosaic, many pieces made into one home. Imagine the snail as the one who does not blame the brokenness. She just makes the brokenness usable, and in that way, the snail becomes a quiet answer to the trickster. She says, "You may waste, I will mend. You may crack the world, I will patch it enough for living." Picture the feather loan again, and let it become an ethics lesson about small requests. The tortoise does not ask for a whole wing, he asks for one feather. He asks in a tone that sounds humble, and this is what makes the story sharp. It says, pay attention to the small ways people test you. Pay attention to the tiny loans that become chains, and keep lending if you wish to lend. Just lend with eyes open and with the courage to say no when a request is not yours to fulfill. Picture the calabash again, but this time imagine it on a shelf in a kitchen among other vessels, a clay bowl, a wooden bowl, a gourd cup, and now feel how culture is made of containers. The container decides how food is shared. The container decides how water travels. The container decides whether a guest feels welcomed. And the Calabash of Wisdom story says quietly, choose containers that distribute. Choose containers that feed more than one mouth. Choose containers that do not turn a gift into a fortress. Picture rope again and see it as a line in a song. Ropes in folktales often come with rhythm. Pull, rest, and that rhythm is like breathing. And in your own body, you can let the rope rhythm become a calm instruction. Do not pull all day, rest. Do not argue all day, pause. Even the elephant needs a moment to stop being proud. Picture the pot again and let it become a kind of clock. Not a digital clock, a kitchen clock. The clock that teaches you that the world is not always ready when you are ready. And if you have been impatient today, you can forgive it. Impatience is just hunger with a loud voice. And you can let the pot teach hunger to lower its volume. Picture the palace courtyard again and let it be about laughter that becomes respect. The king laughs because the tortoise looks unlikely, and later the king respects because the tortoise shows method. And if you keep that image, it becomes encouragement. You do not have to look likely to be capable. You can be small and still be skillful. You can be quiet and still be effective. Picture the pretty daughter story again and let it become a study of secrecy. Secrecy can be a shelter. Secrecy can also be a cage. And the tortoise in these tellings is always trying to build a shelter. Sometimes he forgets to leave a door, so the law becomes a gentle reminder. If you hide something precious, remember to hide it in a way that it can still breathe. Picture the beetle rumor again and let it become a lesson in how fear spreads. The rumor is not a leopard, the rumor is only words. And yet, the rumor changes the tortoise's body. It makes him cautious, it makes him slow. It makes him choose river edges and swamps where tracks dissolve. And now, if a rumor has ever changed your own posture, you can notice it without judgment. You can breathe. You can release what is not real, and you can keep the carefulness that is still wise. Picture the leopard dust again and let the picture be about footprints as storytelling. Many cultures treat the ground as an archive. The ground remembers. It shows who passed. It shows who lingered. And the tortoise in this braid writes courage into the archive with her own feet. That is a small kind of magic. And you can do the same in your own way by leaving behind a trace of kindness, by making a difficult moment look survivable for the one who will come after you. Picture the cloud descent again and let the thread become mercy. Thread is what mends cloth. Thread is what ties bundles. Thread is what carries beads. Thread is what holds a story together when a story begins to fray. And Brother Terrapin, using thread to return to the ground, teaches the same thing the snail teaches. You can come back from the height. You can come back from the noise. You can return to yourself in small lengths. And if you want, we can keep circling. Not because we are lost, because a circle is a way of being gentle with the mind. Circle 5. Picture the names again like beads in a palm. Ajapa, Ajapa, Embe, Embeku, Eku, Ejukpan, Ereke. And imagine each name as a small doorway into a different courtyard, a different accent of the same character. The shell stays the same, and the voice shifts. And in that shifting, you can feel the truth of oral tradition. A story is not one fixed object. It is a living thing that learns the shape of each mouth that carries it. So if one pronunciation lands softly in your ear and another feels strange, you can let both be true. The tortoise, after all, has never insisted on one identity. He prefers many. Many names make it easier to slip away. Picture the shell pattern again, but this time as cloth rather than armor. A dark indigo fabric with a faint checkered motif, like a memory of the cracked shell laid flat. And notice what happens when the pattern becomes wearable. The punishment becomes design. The mistake becomes art. And that is one of the quiet survival skills embedded in these tales. Communities do not only remember what broke, they also transform what broke into something that can be carried with pride. So if you have a crack in your own story, you can let this image be kind. A crack can become a pattern. A pattern can become a way to live. Picture the tail in circle again and make it even quieter. The fire is low, the air is cool. The tailor calls Ahlo O and the circle answers Ahlo. And that exchange is like a clasp fastening a necklace. It closes the room gently. It makes everyone present without forcing anyone to speak too much. And in that structure, the tortoise becomes safe. The trickster can be criticized without accusing any real person. Greed can be laughed at without shaming the hungry. The story becomes a soft mirror that the whole village can look into and then look away from with relief. Picture the Iroko tree again, tall and steady, a silhouette against night sky. Picture a calabash tied to a chest, awkward and heavy, and picture a climber who keeps slipping down not because the tree is cruel, but because pride is clumsy. And then picture the simple suggestion rising from below, like a small bird calling from the ground. Tie it differently, make space for your arms, and in that moment, the whole philosophy of the wisdom story arrives. Wisdom is not only big ideas. Wisdom is also a small practical adjustment. Wisdom is also listening to someone you might have ignored. Picture the market again, but after the sailing has ended. A table with crumbs of Akara, a coconut shell, a woven basket turned upside down to keep out dew. And now, notice how quiet markets become at night. During the day, they are negotiation and noise. At night, they are only objects left where hands were. And this quietness is a reminder that every economy rests on trust. A seller trusts a buyer to pay. A buyer trusts a seller to measure fairly. The tortoise stories bring the market into the myth world because the market is where character is tested in public, one small exchange at a time. Picture the spirit village path again, marked by palm kernels, bright against dark soil like tiny moons. Each kernel is a breadcrumb and also a lesson. Pay attention, follow the small signs, and then picture the drum at the doorway, not as spectacle but as a household tool that happens to be enchanted. When it is beaten, food appears, and the moral is not complicated. The first miracle is enough. The second miracle is what greed asks for. And if you ever notice yourself wanting a bigger drum when the small drum was already feeding you, you can remember this picture and soften. Picture rope again, but now imagine it laid in a coil like a sleeping snake that means no harm. Rope can be used to pull and to bind, yes. Rope can also be used to carry a bundle of firewood, a calabash, a mat. Rope is a simple technology that makes a household possible, and in these stories rope becomes a moral line. Sometimes it is the line between two giants pulling each other into exhaustion. Sometimes it is the line around an elephant's neck that turns honor into capture. And if you want a calm rule, it is this: do not let your rope become someone else's trap. Picture the dust path again and see it like a page. Footprints are punctuation. Scoffs are emphasis. A dragged shell is a long underline. And the tortoise in the leopard braid writes courage into that page for strangers she will never meet. That is a kind of generosity that does not require applause. It is quiet and anonymous. And it reminds us that bravery is not always fighting. Sometimes bravery is leaving a trace that tells the next traveler, you can survive this road too. Picture the clouds again and let them be close, like fog on a river rather than a far sky. And picture the spool of thread in a small hand, feeding out its line. Thread is thin, thread is humble, thread is easy to break if you jerk it. And that is why it teaches gentleness. You cannot come down from the cloud by force. You come down by patience. And so the thread becomes a soft ladder, not for climbing up, but for returning home. Picture the ocean again and let it be a quiet archive of crossings. Waves erase footprints the way time erases details, and still the shape of the story persists. A small creature in a world of giants, a mind that refuses to panic, a community using laughter to teach. And when the tortoise becomes terrapin, the shell changes slightly, the water changes slightly, the trees change slightly, and the trickster bones remain. And if you want, we can circle again with a slower fade. Circle 6. Picture the pot again, not as a lesson now, but as comfort. A clay pot cooling on a hearthstone, a ladle resting with its handle turned toward the next hand. And notice how many people can be cared for by one pot. That is the opposite of the tortoise at the sky feast, eating as if alone. The pot is community. The pot is shared time. And if you have eaten alone today, you can forgive it. You can also imagine, gently, a shared pot somewhere in the world simmering without hurry. Picture a Yanribo again, and let the image be about boundaries. The snail does not argue about speed. The snail simply moves at her own rate and keeps her soft parts protected. And the shell, too, is a boundary that does not need speech. It says, not now. It says, not like that. It says, I will return when I am ready. And that is a permission you can borrow. You do not have to answer every knock. You do not have to be available to every demand. You are allowed to withdraw like a tortoise and still be good. Picture the feathers again and let them be a memory of consent. One feather is easy to give. Many feathers become a wing, and a wing becomes a life change. And the story says quietly, watch the math of small things. Watch how a small yes, repeated, becomes a large obligation. This is not a lesson in hardness. It is a lesson in clarity. Lend if you wish. Share if you wish. Just do not lose yourself inside the politeness of giving. Picture the beetle roamer again and notice how it lives in the air more than in the ground. No one sees the bounty, everyone talks about it, and the tortoise changes his life posture anyway. This is how fear works. It does not always need proof, it only needs repetition. And if you have been carrying a rumor in your own mind today, a worry repeated so many times it feels real, you can set it down for a moment. You can let the swamp be only a swamp. You can let the river edge be only a river edge. Picture the palace courtyard again and let it become a study of temperature. Hot water teaches patience, cold water teaches readiness, warm water teaches comfort, and the tortoise, being small, learns to read temperature the way others read faces. He learns where to touch and where to wait, and that becomes a quiet kind of intelligence. You can read your own temperature too. You can notice when you are too hot to decide. You can notice when you are cool enough to speak. Picture the pretty daughter again and let the story become a lesson in seeing people as people. Gifts arrive, suitors arrive, and the tortoise, nervous, tries to manage the whole village with secrecy. And the law, beneath the plot, asks a gentle question. What happens when you treat a person like a treasure to be stored? The answer is not dramatic. The answer is airlessness. So the moral becomes a soft practice. Let people breathe. Let them choose. Let protection be partnership rather than hiding. Picture rope again stretched between two giants and let the middle be empty now. Imagine the tortoise has stepped aside. The elephant pulls, the hippo pulls, and the rope lies still because there is no one to transmit the conflict. And that image can be a kindness to your own nervous system. You do not have to be the rope. You do not have to carry someone else's struggle through your chest. You can step out of the middle and let the giants tire themselves without you. Picture the calabash again, shattered, not as loss but as distribution. Pieces on the ground like small moons. Each piece holding a little shine, and the wisdom, no longer locked up, moving into many minds, into children, into elders, into strangers, into you. And if you want a calm belief to hold, it can be this. You do not have to own wisdom for it to help you. Wisdom can find you as you are, lying still, listening, letting the night do its work. Picture Brother Terrapin again, this time near water, because many American tellings place him beside swamps and slow rivers. Cypress knees rising like dark candles, fireflies blinking in a patient rhythm, and the terrapin moving like a thought that is not in a hurry. The environment changes the costume, yes, but the role remains: small creature, patient mind, clever twist, and a world that learns not to underestimate the quiet. Picture a final interior again, dim and simple. A mat, a folded cloth with shell pattern, a calabash on a low table, a spool of thread beside it, a small bowl of water catching one faint star. And in that room you can let the whole night become smaller. You can let the shell close. You can let the day remain outside. And if you would like another circle, even softer, we can do it as a fade out. Circle 7. Picture the shell again. Close up and let it be only texture. The ridges, the lines, the patched seams, the pattern that once was a fall and now is simply a surface, calm and familiar. Picture the river edge again and let the water be almost still, not nothing, just slow, a current so gentle you can barely see it moving reeds. Picture the dust path again and let the footprints fade, wind, time, softness, the archive closing without anger. Picture the thread again and let it be a line of breathing, in, out, one small length at a time. Picture the ocean again and let it be distance without drama, the kind of distance that stories cross more easily than bodies. Picture the telling circle again and let the call and response become a whisper. Ahlo, oh, ahlo. And then quieter still, only breath. And if you want, we can keep circling the way a tide keeps returning without hurry. Circle 8. Picture a great turtle shape under a night sky, not a spectacle, only a steadiness, dark water around it, a soft rim of moonlight on the shell, like a bowl catching light, and on that shell imagine the faint suggestion of land. Not a city, not a monument, only reeds and mud and the quiet beginning of a place. And let the picture be an answer to a busy mind. You do not have to solve everything at once. You can carry only what is yours to carry, and carry it slowly. Picture land arriving little by little, like a story building itself through repetition. Water withdraws without drama. Silt settles, grasses choose a direction, and the turtle beneath it all does not congratulate itself. It simply remains. And that is the lesson hidden inside the image. Some strength is only staying. Some strength is holding your shape while the world changes on top of you. Picture an old shell again, close enough to see the fine ridges and seams, a little dust in the grooves, a little moss in the corners. Age as texture, not as fear, and let long life be redefined. Long life is not loud. Long life is repeating small good habits until the habits become a home you can live inside. Picture a path again and imagine it as a gentle race story without urgency. No cheering crowd, no harsh finish line. Only two sets of tracks, one scattered from rushing, one steady from patience. And the moral appears without pushing. The steady line arrives. The steady line keeps enough breath to enjoy the arrival. Picture a Nigerian courtyard again and let the scene be small, A low fire, a calabash cup passed from hand to hand, the teller's voice like cloth, soft and close, and the tortoise story told into the circle becomes a way of teaching without pointing. The community laughs at greed and feels itself return to generosity. The community hears the trick and learns the boundary. And that is why the tortoise survives as a character. He is not only entertainment, he is governance in the form of laughter. Picture a market table again, late at night when the sellers have gone home. A few crumbs of Akara, a coconut shell turned like a bowl, a woven basket resting on its side, and the quiet is so deep that the objects seem to be thinking. And if you listen with your imagination, you can hear the old agreement humming. Pay, share, do not cheat, do not take what will make someone else go without. This is why the tortoise loves markets as a story setting. The market is where cleverness is tested against fairness, where a community decides in small transactions what kind of world it wants to live in. Picture the Iroko tree again, because the wisdom story is a tree story as much as it is a trickster story. A tall trunk in moonlight, bark like braided rope, and the calabash heavy with what someone tried to keep for himself. And then, the simplest correction. Move it. Tie it differently. Make space for your arms. And the lesson remains gentle. You do not have to be ashamed when a simple solution arrives. You can accept it. You can let wisdom come from below. You can let pride loosen its grip. Picture rope again, but now as an ordinary household coil. Rope is not only for contests and captures. Rope is for carrying. Rope is for tying a bundle so it can be moved without falling apart. Rope is for helping a calabash travel safely. And in that way, rope becomes a picture of healthy structure, not too tight, not too loose, enough to hold. And if your day has felt scattered, you can borrow this image. You can tie your thoughts into a size you can carry and set the rest down until morning. Picture the spool of thread again, but this time see it beside Jan Ribot's repairs. Thread is what turns a tear into a seam. Thread is what makes cloth strong without making it stiff. And when the tortoise stories place thread near a shell, they are telling you something kind. You can be held together by small things. A small routine, a small kindness, a small breath repeated, not a miracle, just a steady line. Picture the dust path again and let the ground be a calm archive. No drama, only marks. A track here, a scuff there, a dragged line where a shell passed slowly. And in the leopard braid, those marks become courage for strangers. And in your own life, you can leave marks that are gentler. You can leave a kind word. You can leave a small fairness behind you. You can leave your future self a path that is easier to walk. Picture the ocean again and let it be the slowest thing in the world. Waves arriving the way breath arrives. In, out, the same motion and always different. And somewhere across that distance, the tortoise changes names. Terrapin, turtle, cousin shapes. But the stories continue to do the same work. They teach small people how to live among giants without losing themselves. And if you want, we can let one more circle arrive, slower and longer, like water repeating itself. Circle 9. Picture the shell again and let it be a map rather than an injury. The checkered lines do not need to be a scar in your mind. They can be a lesson in continuity, pieces joined, seams held, a life carried forward. And the shell in Nigerian law is always more than biology. It is a social symbol. It is the house you keep with you. It is the boundary you are allowed to have. It is the place you can return to when the world is too loud. So, if you want to borrow a calm practice from the tortoise, you can borrow this. When you have done enough for the day, you may withdraw. You may stop explaining. You may let your soft parts be private. You may let your pattern be yours. Picture water again, not an ocean now, just a bowl of still water in a dim room. Water is the simplest mirror. It does not flatter, it does not accuse, it reflects. And that is what these trickster tales are doing too. They are bowls of water held up to a community. They show greed, not to punish, but to teach. They show impatience, not to shame, but to correct. And in the quiet light of this bowl, you can let your own day appear without argument. You can see what you did. You can see what you wanted. You can see what you carried. And then, like water, you can settle. You can become smooth again. Picture the calabash again, but not as a container for hoarded wisdom now. Picture it as a shared cup, palm wine perhaps, or water, or a thin soup. The calabash passes from hand to hand, and each person receives only a portion. That is how community stays alive. No one drinks the whole gourd alone. No one claims the cup belongs only to them. And that is why the Sky Feast story is so memorable. It is the exact opposite of this picture. It is a warning against eating as if the circle is not real. So if you want a gentle moral that feels like kindness rather than scolding, you can hold this image. Share in portions. Take enough. Leave enough. Let the bowl keep traveling. Picture rope again, but now focus only on the knot. A knot is a small invention that turns loose fibers into structure. It is not brute force, it is arrangement, it is attention. And that is the tortoise's whole craft in one object. He does not win by being bigger. He wins by tying situations in ways others do not notice until it is too late. And you, of course, do not need to become a trickster to benefit from the knot. You can use it in the opposite direction. You can tie up what is scattered. You can secure what matters. You can keep your day from unraveling by choosing one simple knot, one simple routine, one simple promise, and letting that be enough. Picture the drum again, the one that brings food, and let it become a lesson in enough, without any fear in it. The first drum is already a miracle. It already turns hunger into sharing. And the tortoise, in his restlessness, wants a bigger sound, a bigger portion, a bigger certainty. But the calm wisdom of the story is not in the punishment. It is in the moment before. It is in the moment when the small drum is working. That is the moment to stop. That is the moment to breathe. That is the moment to say, this is sufficient. And if you want to borrow that moment for your own life, you can borrow it now. You can let enough be a soft word. You can let enough be a safe place to rest. Picture the dust path again and let the ground be gentle. No threat in it, only memory. Footprints soften as wind passes, scuffs blur as time passes, and still the story remains because the story is not really in the dust. The story is in the listener, and in that way, the path becomes a calm metaphor. Your mistakes do not have to stay sharp forever. Your regrets do not have to keep their edges. Time rounds them, kindness rounds them, repair rounds them. And if you need permission to let something fade, you can take it from this picture. The footprints fade and the person is still whole. Picture the palace pot again, but remove the competition from it. Just hot water cooling in its own time, steam thinning, the surface becoming calmer, and the lesson becomes very simple. You can wait. You can let heat leave a situation before you put your hands into it. You can let an argument cool before you answer. You can let a day cool before you judge it. And even if you did not wait earlier, you can wait now. You can begin again at this very minute with a quieter hand. Picture the curtain again, the doorway cloth moving slightly as air moves. And imagine that behind the curtain is not a secret to be hoarded, only a person who deserves breath. And let the law become compassionate. Sometimes we hide what we love because we are afraid. Sometimes we protect by tightening. And the tortoise stories, when they lean into guardianship, remind us that protection is healthiest when it includes choice. A door that can open, a boundary that can be spoken, a shelter that still lets light in. And you can wish that kind of shelter for yourself too. Picture thread again and let it be the smallest ladder in the world. A thin line held gently, length by length. And notice how thread refuses to be rushed. Pull too hard and it breaks. Move too gently and it holds. And that is a quiet instruction for the body. You can return to yourself by gentle lengths. One breath, one unclenched muscle, one softened thought, then another. No heroics, only a steady descent into calm. Picture the room again, dim and safe. A mat, a folded cloth, a calabash on a low table, the bowl of water catching one faint star. And in this room, you do not have to perform anything. You only have to exist. You only have to breathe. And if you want, you can imagine the shell closing softly, not as isolation, but as rest. A boundary that says, I will return later. For now, I am held. Picture the shell closing again and let it be the gentlest movement in the world. Not a slam, not a lock, only a quiet folding inward, like hands coming together after a long day. And notice what the shell does when it closes. It makes the outside smaller. It makes the inside safer. It does not erase the world. It only postpones the world. And that is a healthy thing. You are allowed to postpone. You are allowed to rest before you solve. You are allowed to be unfinished. The tortoise does not apologize for withdrawing. He simply withdraws and returns when he is ready. Picture the moon again, the same moonlight we greeted at the beginning, stretched over roofs and trees and water, and let that moonlight be a simple assurance. You do not have to do anything dramatic to belong to the night. You only have to be here. And if your mind wanders, it can wander slowly, like a tortoise crossing a familiar room and finding the same calm corner again. Picture your breath again, as simple as a bowl filling and emptying, in, out. And notice how the breath does not demand perfection. It does not ask you to be wise. It does not ask you to be clever. It only keeps moving, steady and ordinary, like the tide, like the pot cooling, like the rope resting after it has been used. And if you want to borrow the tortoise's gift one last time, you can borrow his pace. One step, then another, one breath, then another. And every time a thought tries to run ahead, you can let it run without following. You can remain where you are, safe inside your own shell of attention, listening to the quiet rhythm that has been with you since you were born. Picture the slow step again, not the dramatic journey, only the next small movement, the next careful placement, the next quiet choice to be gentle with yourself. And if you do nothing else, let that be the ending. Not a lesson shouted, only a pace offered. The tortoise does not rush you. He only walks, and by walking, he makes room for you to rest. And the night went on.
Mm-hmm.